You both on Instagram like, well, are we going to do this today, or are they playing golf? So I appreciate it.
See you, brother. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy. Ryan McGee with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Looking forward to many conversations with him. One more segment to go here, 11 days away from week 0, right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
2 years in the book. We start year number 3 today on the Next Round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and the growing group around us continues. Rockstar right there. On the back row, we have all those people, including...
name them all, Jimmy.
Melton, Forrester, Tyler. God, I still don't know Tyler's last name.
Johns.
Lunsford. It's Tyler
Dunaway.
Hey, gun to head, I wouldn't have known it.
Gosh.
Honesty, man. Reed and Kelsey and David in the sales area, and Taylor Korn handling everything social media. 2 years ago today, how nervous were you?
It was different.
Yeah.
I remember sitting in that chair that you're in right there, looking like I had jaundice. Didn't hear that for months. But, yeah, I mean, we had done the SEC Media Days, and it was a different format. But going back live in a format that we had never done. You know, it's one thing when you're sitting behind a microphone. You can be having a bad day. You can look bad, all that kind of stuff. You don't really worry about it. That's right. But doing something like this for the first time, and, you know, obviously you've done TV. Brown's done a lot more TV than I have. But it was different. And I guess we had to work the cobwebs out a little bit. But now it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, but see, I've learned. Back then I was all worried about us all on camera. But 2 years into it now, I've gotten a little bit better about, I mean, we can just sit here with towels on our head.
All right.
It's no big deal.
Laid out getting a suntan.
I mean, it's not like, quote, last week from Ocean City, it's not like we're trying to win an Emmy anyway.
I think we came up with that a little time ago, Lance.
I think we did.
For those that, I mean, I guess we've told the story before. I lose track of what I say on a day-to-day basis. So people are like, you've said that before. And I'm like, I don't think I have, but maybe we have. I'm sure we have. August 15th of 2021 was a Sunday, obviously. We started the show on a Monday, August 16th. Was the very first time any of this equipment had been tested. Like it
had been tested. It just didn't work.
Yeah, but I mean, like the full thing, like if we do it, we're going to do it this way, right? Yeah. So we took over this space on August 3rd of 2021 and did the first show on August 16th. And this space, if you've seen the videos, looks nothing like it does now when we took it over. So the fact that Hallmark Builders, our next-door neighbors here, were able to flip this thing in 13 days was a miracle in and of itself.
Well, and getting all the furniture in and putting furniture together. I mean, we were all doing different things all of the time. And with that, we were having meetings. We were talking to clients we hadn't talked to in months and, you know, trying to inform listeners where we were going to be. I mean, it was mass chaos for a couple of months.
And we had contracted an engineer to hook all this up, and he had told us up front, I have got to leave town Friday night. I got another gig I've already committed to. So Friday night he left, and this show wasn't going on. And through the good Lord looking out for us idiots, I found a guy named Josh Bone who lives here locally and owns a massive engineering company. We didn't even know who he was. And he's the guy that came up here and he said, I can get you on the air and we'll fix it from there. And he got us on the air day one. And over time, he fixed it and got us to a more permanent setup. That guy saved us, man. I don't know if we've ever thanked Josh Bone publicly, but on this day, as we start year 3, Josh Bone was the man, and Paul and all his crew there.
Yeah, that's my memory, is that everything we tested did not work until sometime Sunday afternoon with no air conditioning on up here.
Yeah, it was hot up here, and we just sat here, and I think we recorded a Mystery Fifth Hour. I think that's what we did, just to try to test the equipment. And we got to the end, and we're like, okay, I guess we can do this tomorrow.
I'll tell you, the most interesting thing for me was when we really started to move in the first couple of weeks after doing the show, when Adams Beverage and Budweiser and Bud Light got behind us, and they rolled a keg in, and we had a bar getting rolled in here, and then tenants started to take notice. What is going on here?
Well, they're putting a nightclub across the
street? It was beer and liquor deliveries all of the time. And then, you know, we had some people that were in our situation. The guys from First Bank were on non-competes, and so they really couldn't work. So they just come down here and drink with us.
True, yeah. They were just sitting out a non-compete. No, to show you the reputation we've gained in this building, Our family members and some friends have brought great breakfast up here for us. You see the balloons behind Lance if you're watching us today. So a lot of people brought some stuff up here today, and I had gone to the restroom and I was coming back down the hall, and one of our neighbors said, "Y'all are drinking already?" Like, well, I mean, why do you just assume that?
Did we pop the champagne?
I don't think
I
so.
missed it?
We haven't
Nope.
yet.
Not
I'll go
yet.
pop it if you want to, or a little tea will bring it in here. I mean, it's funny. She brought something, a breakfast casserole, Gina Corn, shout out. And then she was like, "Oh, look what else I've got," and pulls out not one bottle, but a second bottle.
Yeah.
Out of her backpack,
We're
2
sort
bottles of champagne.
I mean, we're 12 employees now. We're sort of a 2-bottle company now.
Yeah,
We've grown from a 1-bottle company to a 2-bottle company. Philip's watching from L.A. this morning. I don't know if it's Laura, Alabama, or Los Angeles. Either way, thanks for watching. All the great comments in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. People are wanting to know, is there a Woj on the chat board that can break any of the news? I've been very secretive with all the news we're going to announce at 12 noon.
I've only told one person.
Yeah, I mentioned
I've been very good about it.
A couple of things to Maggie, but big announcement coming up at 12 noon Central Time today in the final hour. We will not take a commercial break. Is that right, Brand?
That is correct. We may have some, mentions about what did you call it yesterday? Friends who have helped us, so we want them to help you.
Yeah,
Not sponsors.
Friends of the show. They're sponsors, but they're
They are
not. We don't do
sponsors.
commercials. We just try to get
That's
people who help us to help you.
That's right. We just let you know about friends that have helped us so they can help you. And while we talk about all of this, obviously the audience is key to all of this. Without you guys, we're just sitting here wasting time and money and everything. And the sponsors. I mean, without them, none of this happens either. So I hope, I know us, we'll all say it, but I hope you know how appreciative we are for both of those groups. The audience that has been so incredibly loyal. We ask you to jump through a lot of hoops to follow us from terrestrial radio, and you did it, and you continue to do it. And the sponsors, too. They've been amazing, man. There's truly a lot of them are just friends, honestly.
And when I walked in today, we had the lobby decorated. I think Laurel put that together. And I said, well, this is actually number 3. But if you explain it in simpleton terms, much like you said, when a kid is born, when you have that first birthday, it's after a full year. The second birthday is after the full second year. So this is technically going into year 3, but it's our second anniversary.
It's our second birthday, starting year 3 today. This is the 3rd year of shows as we get going today. And our whole celebration for everyone to come join us is tomorrow night at Walk-Ons out at Stadium Trace. The great folks at Walk-Ons, they've been with us since day one. In fact, they hosted a couple of our meetings between our radio days and our days of launching this. We'd go to Walk-Ons and bang some stuff out, sit there and plan some stuff out. And Walk-Ons has been with us every step of the way. We'll be at Walk-Ons on Stadium Trace, 5 p.m. Central until closing time. It's the 2nd anniversary or 3rd kickoff party, however you want to do that. 2nd anniversary or 3rd kickoff party, all 3 years. It's been at Walk-Ons, and this one, once again, back at Stadium Trace, which is just off I-459 between in Hoover, between Birmingham and Tuscaloosa on that drive out there near the Hoover Met, with the SEC baseball tournaments taking place, in case there's any Mississippi State or LSU fans who want to make the trip over for that tonight.
They still got their motorhomes,
tomorrow night.
Their motorhomes parked over there since May.
So
let's go get dinner.
That's tomorrow night. And again, we've got the announcements coming up at 12 noon today. We're excited about that. It's been a work that has gone on for a few months. And we will tell you about that at 12 noon. Odie's bringing you the first part of the show here. We'll get into a couple of the headlines and work our way through this. By the way, for Lunsford, check me on this while LT tells us about Odie's. EVH93, one of our great female listeners, says that this anniversary is leather. It's our leather anniversary. But I think that was year 3. So find out what 2 is. Maybe that's lace. I'm a little lace
Leather
guy.
and lace. Yeah, little Don Henley, Stevie Nicks.
Tell us about Odie's, and then I'll get the confirmation from Lunsford.
Rockstar, get ready. Odie's, it's Wednesday night, which means?
I got to make sure it's right, because yesterday I had a little foul up.
He did, yeah.
The Wednesday
Dunaway threw him a curveball.
16th, so, yeah. It is trivia night.
It is Odie's Team Trivia. Our friend Will Haver reached out late last night and asked if you and I were going to be there. I'm planning on being there. I thought you are planning on being there.
I'm going to be there.
It's going to be a long, fun Wednesday, but come join us out there tonight as the celebration continues. Of course, incredible food. Get there a little early. We'll start a little after 8 o'clock, but Rodney Davis serving up great food, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light inside or outside on that patio. Come see us tonight. It's Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
You think today is long? Rockstar tomorrow has not only the show, day 2 of our 3rd year. He also then will go to our kickoff party at Walk-Ons, and we'll leave Walk-Ons and go back to Odie's, where tomorrow night
Will's dating Rockstar, and I'm feeling great.
Yeah,
right
I was about
now.
to say, are you singing lead on this there, Rocky?
I am the lead singer, so it's going to be a fun week.
I told
Did
Rockstar
young
yesterday.
Cord get you sick?
Oh,
Yes,
of
he
course.
did.
Yeah.
He's going to preschool, and as I told him yesterday, the Wuhan lab ain't got nothing on preschool. More viruses coming to the preschool than anywhere, man.
I wonder if that's one of the reasons people homeschool.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Builds that immune system, though, Rocky. One
Yeah,
day he's
but
going to appreciate this.
You got to go through these
That's
bad
right.
couple
But-
years first.
Not only do we have the celebration today, you know what I've got in between this and Odie's tonight?
Oh, hang on. Let's see if we can guess, Dunaway.
you pick up chili.
I do.
Oh, okay.
Chili.
So, good guess, Tim.
I knew it was either a Rams joint practice.
I can't tell you how excited I am. Now, she's not fully ready, so she's at boot camp.
So what did she learn? Do we
Dropped
know?
her last Wednesday. So basic commands. She's
right.
getting socialized. I'll give Foister I'm speaking weird, by the way, because I got new teeth. I'll give Forrester a video of Chili yesterday at boot camp. She's getting socialized, too, with other dogs. So I'm going to pick her up today. I've got a lesson from 2 to 3 that I've got to.
Well, they teach you how to handle a dog.
Right. Basic commands for Chili. And then
Okay.
she's going to go back when we go to Floribama next week for another week.
All right. So Chili reunited with LT today is high on the list as we get going today. We got news in the NFL, and we'll talk some NFL later on. But they named Anthony Richardson the starter yesterday for the Colts.
Thought this had already happened, by the way.
I did too. And I know LT. We've talked about this before, but this will be the 7th different Week 1 starting quarterback in 7 years for Indianapolis. They've been pretty stable at quarterbacks for their franchise since Peyton Manning took over. Manning and Luck did a lot of games, but since Luck retired, surprising everybody, they have been scrambling and rolling a lot of dice.
So we talk a lot about how Green Bay has been so spoiled at quarterback. You know, for basically 30 years, they've had a Hall of Fame quarterback quarterbacking them, and frankly, don't have as much to show for that as you think they would. I don't want to sneeze on 2 Super Bowls. I'd take them in a heartbeat as a Dolphins fan. But, I mean, you would have thought they got more out of that.
Yeah, I would
wouldn't
have
you?
thought they got more.
Yeah.
But you still had elite quarterback play.
But if you think about what Indianapolis has had, they went from Peyton Manning to, was it 1 year of Jacoby Brissett? Am I right about that? And then to Andrew Luck?
No, I don't think.
Okay, it was Manning straight to Luck.
It was Manning. No, Manning was hurt that final year.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Luck
Okay,
did.
then Luck
So-
took over. Then you went a year of Brissett. Then you
Right.
went Phillip Rivers. Then you went Matt Ryan.
Then you went Carson Wentz.
Then you went Carson Wentz.
7 different starters.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, Manning's
7 years.
obviously a Hall of Famer. Andrew Luck would have been a Hall of Famer. Phillip Rivers, I think, will end up in the Hall of Fame. Matt Ryan is going to be a debated Hall of Famer. I don't think he'll end up in there, but he is very, very close. I mean, you've had Hall of Fame level or close to Hall of Fame level quarterbacking for quite a while with a bunch of different guys.
Yeah, but those guys in their twilight, those guys were kind of Band-Aids. Now we'll see Jordan Love with the Packers. Some people believe he's going to be really good. Now Anthony Richardson with the Colts, some people believe he's going to be really good. I mean, the fact of the matter is Anthony Richardson just hasn't played a lot of football. The start this past week against Buffalo was his 14th career start since his senior year in high school.
And I don't even count that because it was an exhibition game. So 13, what was he, 6-7? Is that the Florida
that's
record?
right,
yeah.
6-7 is the starter at Florida. So he hasn't played a lot. A lot of a lot of wow and a lot of, oh, my goodness, you can expect this year. But if you go back, Peyton Manning was the same way. His first year, help me out, LT, I think they were 1-15.
And he had a bunch of interceptions.
I think he threw 18 interceptions.
I think it was 30.
Oh, Dunaway.
Well, that would be an NFL record. Maybe you're right. I thought it was 18.
I think the sheriff
this
threw
is a
30
Dunaway.
interceptions.
You think he threw 30 interceptions?
I do. I think he averaged almost 2 a game.
Peyton Manning's first year.
I'm going 18.
Peyton Manning's first year, 56% completion percentage. The only time in his career he would be under 62%. Okay, 56%, 3,739 yards, 3,739 yards, the lowest of his career. 26 touchdowns, also the lowest of his career, and 28 interceptions.
I knew there was an 8 in there.
The
You were
highest,
closer.
you were closer to it, with the highest of his career. But Manning.
It's a new year, baby. 3 years when I'm going to get everything right.
Uh-oh.
Who's going to be the Brown Bandit this year, baby? This guy right here.
But you know,
Rockstar, I don't need him.
You don't need them.
I don't need them.
You can't do it. 3-13 they were, but you know, all the way into year 4, they were 6-10. He threw 23 interceptions in year 4. You know, we remember how great Peyton Manning became, but early on it didn't always come easy for him. I mean, that was a learning process.
And look, and this is not going to come easy for Anthony Richardson. You know, I mean, 21 years old, he is going to electrify at times, but I think he is going to be a turnover machine like most of these guys. And the good news for Anthony Richardson, there is zero expectation with Indianapolis this year.
And I'll tell you one more thing.
Or they can win that division.
Oh, they could. but there is zero expectation.
But I'll tell you one more thing with Peyton Manning. He was throwing to Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne, who are Hall of Fame level receivers. Dallas Clark, you remember how good a tight end he was?
Dallas Clark was I'm talking underrated.
And he had behind him
Edgerrin
James, and Joseph Adai, I think, was pretty good with him for a little bit, wasn't he? The former LSU running back. Am I right about that?
Yeah, he wasn't bad.
Yeah, but Edgerrin James was obviously the stud there. Jeff Saturday, Hall of Fame center. Good offensive line. I mean, he had a lot of parts around him. Manning was an amazing quarterback,
but
no
if
doubt.
Jonathan Taylor can come back, and that's still an unknown whether or not he's ever going to be a Colt again, when healthy, he's one of the top 3 or 4 running backs in all of football. You've got Michael Pittman Jr., who, when I was going into year 3, has really come on out of USC, and a guy that the first time I saw him play at a high level with Cincinnati, I was like, Alec Pierce is going to be a really, really good receiver. Jordy Nelson-like in this league. So he's got weapons.
One more thing in this opening segment as we kick off year 3 here on the show. And again, if you're tuning in for our announcements, 12 noon Central, final hour of the show, we'll get to that to kick off that final hour. On the show today, being brought to you in part by our Redmont Vodka folks, is Elijah McAllister of the Auburn Tigers. He'll be with us at 10 Central today. And in the final hour of the show as well, at 12:35, Tyler Booker of the University of Alabama Crimson Tide will be with us today. So a little Auburn, Alabama football players on the show today. McAllister from Auburn, Booker from the Tide. They'll join the show live today. We're 10 days away from week 0. One more thing this segment after you tell us about the great folks at Redmont.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place. Also, ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It is Redmont Vodka.
Listen, I've had this conversation with Lunsford and Kelsey so many times over the last 2 years. There are times I have to set Lunsford down and Kelsey down and explain to them that the world of media is changing. It's not the way it used to be. And Lunsford, I mean, how many times have I sit down and say, told you and Kelsey, I said, if you look at the numbers, guys, people are not going to get television and radio, their talk and their entertainment the way they used to get it. So we have to think outside of the box. We have to look into the future and not look retro. I mean, that's verbatim what I've been telling you for 2 years now.
There was a giggle for a reason because it's the exact opposite, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
So for the first time in history, in the month of July, Americans got their entertainment video less than 50% from linear cable or satellite television.
Yeah.
Less than 50%.
Yeah.
So network
You've been telling us, Jim.
Network television shows, cable, or satellite television below 50%.
Well, was going to happen one day, right?
Yep.
Below 50%.
And that number will only decrease for traditional media and increase for what I guess, I don't know how long we'll call this non-traditional media because it is becoming the leader.
That's my point. Once the other is under 50%, does this become now mainstream media?
Mainstream media.
Yeah.
And
we never wanted to be mainstream. We wanted to be rogue, or other words for rogue.
I cannot tell you how infrequently I turn on network television. I really cannot.
Yep.
And I mean, almost never, really.
If I do watch a network television show, I usually stream it.
I do too.
I didn't
Or
realize.
I DVR'd it and I shuttle through.
I know somebody mentioned it on this show last week. I didn't realize local CBS is out with DirecTV.
Oh, it has been for like a month and a half now.
But the other day, I forgot what the preseason game was, and I couldn't find it, so I flipped it onto 42, and it had that message.
Yeah, a month and a half, Lance.
Yeah, well, it shows you.
The only way I know that is because it's where the PGA Tour has been for that month and a half, and I, sometimes sitting around on a Sunday afternoon, I'll flip it on to see who's winning, right? And I haven't been able to watch the PGA Tour since basically the British Open. So that was the last thing I was able to watch.
So Forrester and I, when we were enjoying our coffee this morning, I was like, dude, less than 50%. And I told him I could remember like it was yesterday, the 1996 Olympics.
Does he engage you in there, or does he work? And
He works.
So I think Scott occasionally goes, mm-hmm.
I talk, and he will do this occasion. He'll go, mm-hmm.
Can you give us an imitation, Scott? Give us the fake mm-hmm to Jim.
Yeah. Yep.
And sometimes he will occasionally say, Dunaway. So I remember
He knows you're not that
the
talented.
meeting in 1996. We were NBC owned and operated. The Atlanta Olympics were going to happen later that year. And I remember them, this is going to show you how old it was. They were telling us that in the future, everything is going to be on the internet. And it's going to be about streaming and on the internet. It's not going to even be over-the-air television. Newspapers will be gone. Radio will be diminished. Television will be diminished. It's all going to be on the internet. And this was their big push. I need everybody in this room to start writing a blog. And I was like, well, how much extra money am I going to get? I'm not going to write a blog unless I'm getting more money. I'm not going to do this internet stuff unless I'm getting more money. I'm already doing all this other stuff. And I remember leaving that meeting laughing, going, blogs. NBC's not going to go away. NBC is not going to go away.
What are they going to call it? Peacock?
Freaking NBC's not going to go away. It changes.
Henry said 7 years ago, Clay Travis came in and said ESPN the network slowly die. Brown did his little snicker.
Did I?
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I probably did. But it
Same
is
snicker you said when he asked Tim Tebow if he was a virgin.
I mean, it in a sense it is dying over, your as we just said, you're traditional, but that's a lot of the reasons people are cutting the cord, and they are streaming it. Now, I don't know what their total numbers look like, but their numbers have continued to decrease in what I guess we could start calling the legacy media now, over DirecTV and cable and Dish Network. And look, I mean, I know you guys think we just stumbled ass backwards into this, and there's probably a lot of truth to that with us idiots. But there were a lot of really smart people that were telling us this is the direction everything is going. Like, radio will one day be legacy media, and it's all going to be the younger generation streams this stuff. That's why we're here right now.
Well, I don't know if we've ever told the story, but, if radio just would have had a little more confidence in us during the pandemic, I don't know where we would be. Like,
I'm with you.
There are so many decisions that you think need to go in your direction for life to continue to be good. And when one goes against you, it doesn't mean that things are going to go bad. Things can go, you can take a different path, and ultimately everything can be so much better. And that's ultimately what happened to us.
Yep.
Yeah. Jeff says, but ESPN isn't really dying. They basically co-own college football. They're just falling back to live sports versus programming. No, what's going to happen, Jeff, into the future is they will eventually start delivering that to you directly without going through Comcast, DirecTV, and all of that. They will,
which is what the NFL is doing now.
Yeah, they will do into the future what the Pac-12 was counting was going to happen 5 years ago, and it caused the Pac-12 to die. But eventually, either that money will dry up, or ESPN will start delivering it to you directly and not using the cable outlets or the direct TVs, the satellite TVs. They'll deliver it over their app and their platforms. And heck, who knows what else will be developed in the future.
Well, and I'm sorry, the other thing that Clay talked a lot about is he used to warn us that everybody wants a la carte until you start doing the math on it. But I do think that's where we're going to end up, is a la carte television, is everything's available to stream.
Yep.
And if I want Discovery, it's going to cost me X amount a month for their app or the ability to stream it. If I want ESPN, it's going to cost me X amount of dollars per month.
And probably someday, if you want college football, if you want all the college football games, it'll be like buying the Sunday ticket. It'll cost you that much money.
Yep, and you know, I've got DirecTV. I don't know how many channels I have on DirecTV, Lance.
By the way, they're falsely this Travis Kelce commercial.
Yeah,
talking about if you don't have DirecTV, you're not a true fan. I forgot exactly how they lay it out, but they talk about you're going to have access to every game.
Yeah, that is not true.
It's
on
not
YouTube
true.
TV now.
What they're saying is you're going to have the red zone.
Right.
Which the red zone will give you the access when your team maybe is in the red zone.
Yeah.
So, or has a crazy play.
Yeah, you have the ability to.
Or your defense is up against the wall. That's the case usually when I'm watching my Buccaneers on the red zone.
I mean, there's a chance you never see your team on that Sunday.
Yeah, because they go away from bad games on red zone. I mean, they go to the good games. If your game gets out of hand either way, you don't see it on red zone.
All right, so that's our opening segment, a little NFL talk, and then where we are now as we start year number 3 of this company up here. A couple of announcements coming up at 12 noon today. You'll want to be a part of that. But on the anniversary, cotton is year 3. It's leather in year 3, and you're telling me it's cotton after 2 years. So really, we should have gifted everybody fruit of the looms, or
I remember my second anniversary. I bought Bethany. Boy, this is forever ago.
A little cotton nighty?
No, I found this.
God.
That's where my mind went.
Here, Grandma.
No, I mean, look, we didn't have much money there, but I found this this boutique shirt online somewhere. It wasn't online, I don't even think. I think it was out of like a magazine. And ordered her this really cool cotton shirt. And I'll never forget, we were with
Sears and Roebuck, a cotton shirt.
I'll never forget. It was a green shirt and it had a purple skull on it. It was really cool. I mean, it was a high end shirt. And we went to the beach with a couple of people. Chico and Ian was dating this other girl. And I remember we were doing bottle rockets on the beach. It was 4th of July. And I threw a bottle rocket and it shot the wrong way and it hit her in that shirt and it burned it. But that's when Ian was like, "You guys are not being safe. I'm going up." And he took his girlfriend on.
Oh, Granddad Fitzy.
All right, here we go. When we come back, some college football news to get to. Top of the hour, we'll get to Auburn's Elijah McAllister. This is the next round, being brought to you today in part by our friends at Bromberg's, but also the wonderful folks at Bud Light. They'll be with us out at the kickoff party tomorrow night at Walk-On's. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Ease into year 3 on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
We've partnered with Who Is Coffee to create the Next Round blend. Available in light, medium, and dark roast. 100% Arabica beans. Specialty coffee roasted on demand, available in whole bean or ground for drip pods. Espresso and coarse ground for French press. Go to nextround.store to get a link to pre-order today. Everyone that pre-orders will be entered to win a prize pack with coffees, shirts, hats, and tumblers. Nextround.store for the Next Round blend.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to TimberlineGC.com, TimberlineGC.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at TimberlineGC.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Our friends at Bromberg's bringing you part of the show. LT will tell them about Bromberg's in just a second, but a little developing news from the NFL, brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Tell us what that news is, Brownie.
Yeah, Tom Pelissero, I believe he's NFL Network, if I'm not mistaken, he is. NFL Network Insider is reporting that former Alabama star and Pro Bowl cornerback Marlon Humphrey is going to miss some time with an injury that might require medical procedure. And his status for the start of the season is now up in the air. So it makes it sound like it could be even worse than just the start of the season on a team Lance has declared will win the Super Bowl or go to the Super Bowl.
No, I think they'll win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but without Marlon Humphrey, that'd be a huge loss.
That'd be a huge blow.
I do not think they will, but that's Zay Flowers' team, right?
Yeah.
Who's been a big hit in camp so far.
Look, Zay Flowers had terrible quarterback play at Boston College and still was a 1,000-yard guy every single year. He's a guy that can stretch the field, incredible hands. And then you've got Odell Beckham coming back with something to prove with Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews, Todd Monken. Everybody's talking him up. I'm a little, hesitant on him.
That's where you lose me there on Todd Monken.
But Lamar Jackson, former unanimous MVP. I think this Ravens team, and defense is always lights out, but Marlon Humphrey is one of the best cornerbacks in all of football.
Yeah, tell us about Bromberg's.
Yeah, family-owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view that online store today, brombergs.com.
Is this a fair Bud Light poll question? Alabama fans, when do you start worrying about quarterback? Not yet. Right now.
Last month.
January. Last January. Because here's Nick Saban after practice yesterday, and not that it's a negative. I'll use Saban hands. Not that it's a negative.
You guys always make negatives out of this.
But I just want somebody to go take the damn job. Here's Nick Saban.
Regarding the quarterbacks, do coaches kind of provide some off-the-field evaluation on if the quarterbacks are kind of living up to the leadership habits and communication you guys want from a starter in that role?
What I tell the quarterbacks is it's not up to the coaches. You're looking over your shoulder to see if the coach is going to do this or that. How about you forcing me to play? Forcing me to play you. Force us to play you. When you get your reps and you get a chance to play, you play so good, we don't have any choice but to play you, rather than worrying about all this other stuff. So that's the only way I can answer your question.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, a little different demeanor from Nick Saban when it comes to quarterbacks.
Oh, I think he's frustrated. I mean, you go from the most talented quarterback in the history of Alabama football to such an unknown. There's going to be a massive drop-off, and you pair that with the fact that there are no proven receivers. You've got solid receivers, but you don't have what you've had in the past. And if you get average quarterback play and average receiver play again, boy, that offensive line and those running backs better be studs, and that defense better be lights out. or Alabama has got no shot at winning another national championship this year.
So to answer your question, in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, would you start worrying about quarterback? Patrick says if we lose to Texas. And I'm assuming if you lose to Texas and quarterback's obviously an issue. To Lance's point, if he throws for 450 and you lose, that's probably going to be more about Kevin Steele.
Go ahead and tell you, without Bryce Young last year, you lose to Texas.
There's no doubt. Cheese says week 2. TR says, I worry about quarterback after the first loss. Josh says halftime of the Texas game. I mean, this is far from a solid sample of Alabama fans, but boy, there seem to be a lot of Alabama fans in the chat room worried about that Texas game.
Adam says when they brought Buckner in from Notre Dame, so when he started worrying about it. I do think that's when the national media, that's when all of a sudden people went like, well, they're two big recruits that are there, and the other young guys who they're bringing in are not the answer if they're bringing in Tyler Buckner from Notre Dame.
Well, they're bringing in Tyler Buckner, who couldn't even win the starting job there. Like Sam Hartman decides to go to Notre Dame and pushes out Notre Dame's starting quarterback, and it's like Alabama's getting the leftovers. And for a moment in time, and a good moment, as good as Alabama's defenses were, the focus was offense. It was Alabama's offense that would completely dominate a game. They'd be up 21-0 midway through the first quarter. The games were already over. And now, if you polled Alabama fans, more confidence going into 2023 with the defense or the offense?
Defense.
It's going to be lopsided.
Well, I think this switching over to Kevin Steele, even though Kevin Steele has not, always been dominant, he's had some bad moments, but I think people trust him as the full picture of Kevin Steele. And you don't know about Tommy Rees. I think most Alabama fans will tell you they don't even know what to expect from Tommy Rees. And you don't know about quarterback. I mean, it's pretty alarming as a fan when you don't really know what you're getting at quarterback, and on top of that, you don't know what you're getting at offensive coordinator. Now, it could be great in both instances.
Mr. B says, and you tell me if you agree, the coaches and the team already know who the starting quarterback will be.
I don't know.
I think in years past that is the case, or they know who is going to eventually be announced as the starter or will win the job. This is the first time in my 30-plus year career that I think they go into this not knowing who it's really going to be. But then you go back to Blake Barnett, who started against, who was that? Was it USC?
Yeah.
Yep. That he started against USC, and then Jalen Hurts came in and never gave it up.
Well, I think they know, or at least will soon know, who the game one starter is. Do they know that this guy is going to start game one and he's our guy the whole year? I don't know that anybody knows that.
My belief is this is kind of like the Indianapolis situation. I think Jalen Milroe is the guy that goes out there and probably wows coaches, and they're like, we want this to be the guy.
His highs are so high.
Yeah, and then his lows when he throws maybe back-to-back picks, then they're like, damn, we can't have this guy as our guy. And, your Gardner Minshew is your Tyler Buckner out there. Maybe a little more steady, doesn't make mistakes, but doesn't make those big plays. So I think you're a little torn, and the difference is Indianapolis, hey, look, they're building. This is something that might take 2 or 3 years for them to get to where they want to go. Alabama's got to get it done now. It's not about building.
Probably not today, but there are these things called Calcuttas, right?
Been a part of quite a few.
Where people draft or buy certain teams, and the scoring system of ones you've been in, and you get points for wins, points for shutouts.
So much fun. I'm in a baseball one right now.
You lose points if your team loses, right? Yeah. That kind of stuff. I would love for us to have a Calcutta up here. Anybody in the company that wants to get in on one, and we draft, what would be a good number, 4 or 5 college teams? 4 teams,
and we just get wins. We just get straight wins.
Wins,
shutouts.
If you lose, you lose
shutouts, points for going to the college football playoff, points for winning bowl games.
Let's come up with a point system, and I think we televise the draft the way we are televised.
I've got a system.
Stream the draft,
so we can do it like that. I mean, how many people are going to partake?
Yeah,
I think all 3 of us would do it.
Now you're going Lunsford with $1,000 a piece. It doesn't have to be for money. I'm just saying.
I mean, I agree with Lunsford. It should be at least a little bit.
Okay, it can be a little bit, but we don't want to price anybody out.
Right. I get that.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But mostly, I wonder, like in that format. To my point, to that format, like what is that first tier that you say? Okay, these are teams I've got to have, and does Alabama fit into that first tier of teams I've got to have?
Well, I'll give you an example. So there's 8 of us that participate in our draft. So we get 4 NFL teams, we get 10 college teams. We typically do the NFL draft first. We knock that out. People aren't nearly as excited about that because the college draft is so in-depth. Now, back before people did research, I dominated this thing. I haven't been in the money, not nearly as much now because people really research it. And people will try to get a little tricky, like
for instance, UTSA would be a good pick this year, except if you're giving playoff points, they're not getting in the playoffs. But I think UTSA could win 10 games.
That's right. I'd like to keep it at the Power 5, but we do whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
I
mean,
but you see what I'm saying. That was your example.
That's what I was going to say is, teams like that, Group 5 teams, if you can get out ahead of it, Central Florida was a popular team for a little bit. But to your original question on Alabama, when the 8 of us draft, there is no way Alabama will fall out of the top 4.
Out of the top 4.
Just based on history. I mean, last year was an outlier, losing 2 games in the regular season. Even with the quarterback position, Alabama will not fall out of the top 4. And depending on who drafts number 1, Jimmy Anthony, Alabama will go number 1.
But over Georgia?
Yeah, Jimmy would take Alabama number 1.
But okay, say you were doing this in Dallas, though. Do you think Alabama would be out of the top 4?
Maybe out of the top 4, they would not fall out of the top 8. I mean, because here's the thing, we look at the top 10, and one of those teams might end up being outside the top 25 again. The one thing that I can guarantee you about Alabama, they'll win 10 games. Worst case, they're 10-2.
Would you draft?
And you can't necessarily do that with everybody.
Would you draft first Ohio State or Michigan?
I would draft Georgia first based on
schedule.
No.
Assuming Georgia's off the board. Second, I guess I should say.
Ohio State or Michigan? I would take Michigan.
You take Michigan over Ohio State because that's what I was going to say. I think in the state of Texas, Ohio State.
I don't want to give all my stuff away here because our draft's at 28.
But your mandated top tier is Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, and you borderline LSU.
Borderline LSU. I think LSU is going to be.
Would you call them a second tier?
They'll be polarizing. Well, they'll be polarizing. Some people, I mean, I see it in the chat all the time. LSU's way overranked. There are some people that I talk to that love LSU this year. I do think LSU's risky.
Yeah,
I'm not going to be blown away if they're 9-3.
We stumbled into something yesterday because we were talking about.
I wouldn't take LSU number 1. I think they're going to win the national championship. But to me, a safer bet is Georgia based on schedule.
Yeah, but we stumbled into this because I forget what we were talking about, but it involved Mississippi State. Oh, we were talking about the big noon kickoff. They released 3 other dates of underwhelming 11 a.m. Joel Klatt games, and we were like, God, I wonder what good SEC games are going on. And every one of the announcements of average, Fox games at 11 o'clock, their biggest game of the day, we had 2, 3, 4 great SEC games those days, sometimes 5. Just a lot of good SEC games. And one of those was LSU at Mississippi State in September. And Brown said, Lance says that's a tricky game for LSU. And then I was like, that's a contradiction because when we're in Ocean City, I've got LSU losing a game in September. And he was like, well, he doesn't say they'll lose it, but he says it's a sticky game for them.
I mean, you predicted like a 3-point win.
Yeah, so is Florida State. I mean, they've got a lot of tricky games early on. Again, if they go 9-3, it's not going to blow me away.
But now you think they'll walk Florida State off the field?
I do right now. I just feel like in year 2, this is going to be a special year for Brian Kelly if Jaden Daniels can stay healthy, but even if he can't.
Even week 4, Arkansas against LSU, tricky game. I mean, when you talk quarterbacks, KJ Jefferson, tricky game.
But you know what? Flip Georgia. If you gave Georgia LSU schedule,
it'd be a lot more exciting season, wouldn't it?
It would. And Georgia would, week 1 against Florida State. I mean, are you going to be blown away if Georgia lost to Florida State? I don't think people would be blown away.
Not the way Kirby was talking the other day, man. He was down playing it. All right, we roll on. When we come back, I want to ask you guys, somebody mentioned this in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. By the way, if you're sending kids back to school, off to college, get that car or truck checked out at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Or if you're just driving to high school every day, or you want them to be in the best shape vehicle you can, Vulcan Tire and Automotive, 4 great locations. When we come back, I'll ask you guys your favorite memory from this past year. You can throw out a couple of them as we wrap up year 2 of this. Somebody in the chat room wanted your top 5. We don't have to be as strict as giving you an absolutely top 5, but we'll just have some great memories of the last year of this show. What we've done since our first anniversary, 365 days ago. Show's being brought to you by our friends at Harbin's Outdoors. Harbin's Outdoors, tell us about this.
I mean, I'm getting pictures like this needs to be in your anniversary roll. So
okay, let's send them to Scotty.
Oh, I am. I just.
No, I was laughing at Dunaway because I don't know why he and I were in a stare down just now for some reason.
Well, I mean, you were giving me the stare like you had breaking news.
No, I'm giving you the stare like I'm trying. When you said that, I had memories come to me, but it is so hard sometimes for me to remember if it was year one or year two. So I'm just going to say them, and if y'all say, Brown, that was 400 days ago, I'll be like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So give me some grace on this,
All right,
if you don't
Brown,
mind.
you've told that story 8 or 9 times on the
You
air already.
love doing that, Dunaway.
Harbin's
You love
Outdoors.
to tell those stories.
Award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, and everything in between. Beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself or call or text Jeremy directly. 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the next round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery 5th Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
I always wonder if the show will break up over conversations like we're having right now in the lobby.
No, we've had worse conversations than that.
Yeah, we have. Yeah. Hey, we just popped the champagne as we move into this reflection segment of the show. We'll talk to Elijah McAllister, Auburn football player, coming up at 10:25 now. So if you're planning that, we moved it a little bit. That's coming up moments from now. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Hemp Hill. Brownie, you've used the folks at
I
Hemp Hill
have.
before. Great folks there.
Yep.
Plumbing, cooling, heating needs. Tell us more about Hemp Hill.
Yeah, Hemp Hill Services, they are the official HVAC company right here of the next round. And Adam, Chad, the crew at Hemp Hill, they are always on time. They get you everything fixed, man, when it comes to that AC. In the summertime, that's when it's going to go out. But, hey, I don't know, when you guys walked outside today, what did you feel a little hint of in the air?
It was 64 degrees when I cranked my car.
What did it feel like, Dunaway? Go ahead and say it. What did it feel like, Jim?
Felt like football was in the air,
Felt
Brownie.
like football was in the air this morning, so you know that heat is just around the corner. You get a check there at Hemp Hill as well.
229-2090. Hard to stop a train for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Call Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Did you bring one mimosa?
Well, I was wondering why you
left.
You didn't ask me.
Yeah, I thought I was the one that got the mimosa train going there. Let's go ahead and pop it now, I said.
Yeah, no, I said let's pop it now.
Little
It doesn't matter.
T, Little T's got
will
video.
you bring Dunaway a mimosa, please?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Not Little T, not because you have to, just because you're available right now.
Because you love Dunaway.
Yeah. So we're walking down memory lane a little bit here, and they're working on a good top 10 list over in the chat room. Appreciate you guys doing that. If they come up with a top 10 list, Lunsford, and can organize it at some point, can we build a graphic of the top 10 list?
Love the graphics.
Yes.
We'll
Can I have animation?
Yeah, and an open. So they're working on it. If I said your favorite memory of the last year from August 16th, 2022 to right now, what would it be?
Boy, there are some highlights. You know, doing the first show from Floribama, that Sunday night show where
Definitely
we
was gonna be
almost
one of
got a
mine.
cease and desist. I mean, I don't know how many cease and desists we can get up here.
Let's frame them all.
I mean, I was out yesterday getting my teeth
let's keep
worked
turning them
on,
into coasters.
and I got a text. We got another one.
Let me ask you, have we ceased or desist anything?
We have not. No.
Well, keep sending them.
Yeah, keep sending them. Michael, me doing pre-op live reads. I don't remember that.
You don't remember it, but it was good. Yeah, you were lit, and you were just without pause doing one script after another.
I kept feeding them to you.
Dunaway was like, "Why don't you tell us about Hemp Hill?"
Does that have a smell to it or something? You keep going to the smell. You just like the smell of
a little
mimosas.
bit. No,
A bad smell?
Not a bad smell. Smell it, and you tell me if I'm off on that.
No, I caught a whiff of something. I didn't know if it was post-surgical breath or or if it was my breath or if it was the mic screen or what. But I caught a whiff of something.
It's got a interesting smell to it. Did Little T bring me one too? Is that for me, Little T? I don't know that I've ever had a mimosa. Well,
I mean, they're good. I can't pound a million of them, but
well, Little T's in here.
It's just orange juice and champagne.
What's your favorite memory from the last year, Little T? Jump on the
Little T's one of my favorite memories. She's barely been with us just over a year, right?
Wait, what's yours?
I start with the Floribama shows. Falling in love with the Floribama.
The first night when I went down with y'all, the first night that we were there, and we were just sitting around that corner table. And I don't know, we laughed a lot.
We did.
Brown got in trouble.
I did.
Yeah.
It's sitting on the wall.
That was, I don't know, I have a lot. I need to think
What
on it.
about on air, though?
Joe Exotic was really good.
Joe Exotic was good.
What a great land by you guys to get them.
I mean, Leighton tattoo reveal.
Leighton tattoo was good. I don't know, my favorite thing, this isn't a distinct memory, but because we have a delay on the TV. So when I hear y'all bust out laughing, and then the guys in the back room bust out laughing, I'm like, all right, something good's coming. That's one of my favorite things, but that happens often.
I will just show you the command center. Folks
Thanks,
the folks in the command center, and don't leave because I think this is true. You guys have known me long enough now through 13 years that have watched and listened to the show. I'm a little moody. I'm a roller coaster of emotions.
I don't know if it comes across on camera.
Happy, sad, happy, sad, happy, sad. Is that fair, Rockstar?
Very fair.
Happy, sad, happy, sad.
Can you tell it on camera?
No,
Okay.
you can't camera. You can see the jaundice. That's it.
So everyone who sits with Taylor out in the command center, including Kelsey, if you'll notice, mine is poured a little lighter than everyone else.
Yep.
They like to get me in a certain space where I'm tolerable, I think is the word they use. Tolerable.
Thanks, Little T, for doing that. That'll make our show better.
Yeah. So this is a tolerable pour.
Sarah says Lance stuck on 280 was the best. Was that this year or last year? Again, I cannot remember. I thought that was a year one.
That was year one.
That was year one. It was still fantastic.
Sarah. Yeah, I don't remember.
Brody says Sankey at Media Days. Daniel also Sankey at Media Days, right up there.
Sankey at Media Days. Not as much. People keep saying, did he say anything earth moving? I was like, no.
In fact, just the opposite.
The fact that the most powerful man in college athletics came back and sat down with us for 100 uninterrupted minutes and talked about everything.
Just to get away from all the stuff that he probably should have been doing, like we were his escape.
I do think when we look back, one of the things we'll never forget is Halloween and us talking about, what are the chances that Harsin actually would get fired on this one day?
That
he's been there 2 years.
Yeah, I know.
The one day we're all dressed up like idiots, and of course, he gets fired.
What day of the week was that? Was that a Thursday? Do you remember?
It was Halloween last year. It felt like a Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, it was the most random day to fire him. Like most coach firings
I think
happen.
it was a Monday.
Yeah,
Was it?
Monday or Tuesday.
All right.
Because last year we did the Friday show. The first year. It was a Tupac year.
It was a Monday?
Yeah.
Okay. It seemed like a random firing time. Normally those happen on a Sunday after a game when the coach gets fired. Yeah, it was mid-season, but even mid-season firings, normally they break on a Sunday after the game. The guy's been fired, and this was just middle of the day Monday.
And again, I think your costume, your Ken in the Box was before its time.
Yeah,
because
precursor.
I think if you had that next October, people would be like, oh, damn. But it was so detailed. Roommate put that together for you. She did a good job with it.
Oh, it was fantastic. She worked a long, long time on that. It would almost have been good if I'd come as Oppenheimer with, playing Drop the Bomb on me and little sparklers going off around me or anything like that.
Little sparklers.
Yeah.
Celebrated.
The gap
Death
band?
and destruction everywhere.
How many went down?
A lot. 100,000.
Scott is showing the
there it
photo of Halloween. Little T is the Heisman.
Yeah, I think so the best was definitely Dunaway as Ken.
Is that Forrester, or is he just glad to see us?
But number 2 is Little T rolling in here as the Heisman.
He's all painted up.
I mean, the toxins in her blood probably cost her a year of her life.
Yeah.
That's for the show.
And look at Little Chili there in front.
Yep.
Before your time there, Rockstar.
Yep.
Just a zygote back then.
Yep. Somebody said Rockstars. I've got to dig back through these. Greg mentions Eric Estrada. That was this past year. Michael says Rockstars interviews the golf tournament are always great. His lounges are always great. Somebody said...
Hey, the golf course interviews, by the way, I just got a chance to watch those like 2 weeks ago.
Those are amazing.
Really good.
Yeah.
Like,
great job, Rockstar.
You walking up on John Daly and those little shorts you did up there, that's fantastic.
Thank you. That's a sneeze-worthy by Lunsford.
Yeah, Lunsford, loudest sneezes ever. Riley's Rockstars Ad Lib Lounge with a tattoo was very funny, and he's right about that. That was very, very funny.
I love it when he's just the jukebox, too. That's a good time.
Yeah, Rockstar Jukebox is good. Dunaway's Tat Day, Michael says. Hunter says, I'm going to go back and watch the Sunday Floribama show all over again. Somebody was asking us about our first show. Everything we have ever done.
That's right.
Nothing has ever been deleted. No matter how many cease and desist letters you send, nothing has ever been deleted from YouTube.
Yeah, you can go back and watch the first show, and it's really like watching the first episode of Friends, and you see later on they were a lot more comfortable in their characters. You go back and watch the first show, and you're like, oh, look, Dunaway wasn't as comfortable in the role back then, or oh, look, they had a different Opie back then.
Different Opie.
No, if you go back and watch the first show from Floribama that Sunday night, we mentioned a former boss, and that's where that whole thing came from.
I think technically you can't even bring up that.
We didn't say which boss. Yeah. Could have been a boss at a car wash. Could have been a boss somewhere. Could
have been Bruce Springsteen.
Could have been Bruce Springsteen, the boss. Was just the fire alarm show. A lot of people are saying the fire alarm show.
That just flexed. That was a flex on our part at that point.
Just doing a show
we
from
could do
a parking
show
lot
on the fly like that,
and still do lives.
Yeah, no, I could not tell you, how proud I was that day that everyone just picked up the pieces and just kept going. A lot of people would have just. I mean, there was at our old place, we didn't do one show, not us, but they told Matt and Scott one day just go home because it's going to be too hot in the studio.
And it was.
Just didn't do the show.
I don't blame them for leaving.
Yeah, but we had a fire alarm. I mean, if we'd have tapped out that day, everyone would have been like, totally get it, guys. Fire alarm, you have to evacuate the building. No need to finish the show. But we finished the show.
Yeah, back in the day, we would have gone to lunch.
Yeah, we would have been like, all right, that's
Good
it,
night, everybody.
guys. We had a fire alarm. We're done.
Yep.
Difference between owning it and getting paid for those commercial spots. Like our friends at Gutter Cap.
205-823-2212. I think our friend Chris Stewart is going to come by tomorrow night to hang out with us at Walk-Ons for the anniversary party, or the kickoff party, I should say. But one thing you don't want to do is get the dangerous ladder out. You get on the roof, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the phone call that I made decades ago, 205-823-2212. Cap it. Don't snap it. Chris Stewart will come out, give you an absolutely free estimate. You'll never have to clean those gutters again. It's back with a lifetime warranty. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Coming up next, more football. We'll talk Auburn football with Elijah McAllister at 10:25 Central, part of hour number 2. Again, go watch Village Vice. It's a Auburn podcast. A new episode dropped last night with Jason Campbell on it. We may pull a Jason Campbell bite on that because he was talking about QB1 and sort of cross-promote on Village Vice there, Forrester. But episode 2 yesterday, I just looked down at the shot sheet for the first time and didn't see it on there. Sorry, that's the champagne talking. It's my bad.
Well, he's got to work on that graphic, too.
But the Village Vice is out if you go to our website. And wherever you get our podcast, check that out right there. It's really, really
good stuff.
Really, really
it's
good
in the
stuff
Ward Down Pods section of our YouTube channel, Jim. That's where you find it, the Ward Down Pods section.
Really, really good stuff right there from those guys over there, whose names I'll remember when we come back.
Zach Blackerby and Brad Law. He's drunk half a mimosa. Sorry, guys. He's already forgotten your name.
Woohoo! 3 more hours to go. Stay with us on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call waynes.com.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spas and tell them the Next Round sent you.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, hour number 2 as we're into our third year here at the next round, 10 days away from week 0. And if you're wondering about that week 0 schedule, some interest in some games. Navy Notre Dame should not be close, but I've watched a lot of Navy Notre Dame games over the years.
Notre Dame's going to be different, though, this year. This is a transitional year for Notre Dame. I don't know what
different
to
or bad
expect.
different?
Bad different, I would think.
8-4 last year. And, Herb, when he was here yesterday, we were talking about their future as independents. And if you start being, 7-5, 8-4 every year, the audience for NBC is going to be way down, and that's going to hurt your independence at some point.
And what are those games going to look like? Notre Dame always tries to build a really good schedule, but you just wonder the bigger the conferences get, the less out-of-conference games some of these teams are able to play, and how many really good games does Notre Dame get?
Navy with a new coach finally, and a different look. Notre Dame with a different quarterback in Sam Hartman. It'll be interesting to see if Hartman is successful out of that slow mesh offense. They won't be running that, I don't think, at Notre Dame.
The MyBookie.ag point spread on that right now at MyBookie minus 20.5 Notre Dame. So they're a pretty heavy favorite in that game.
Oh, I hope it's that close. I hope it's if
it's within 3 touchdowns, you're okay.
If it's within a 3 touchdown game in the fourth quarter, that's good. UTEP and Jack State.
UTEP favorite 1.5. I think that's flipped around.
Yeah, which is of interest coming up here locally, 4:30 in the afternoon. At night, I think the best game of the day actually will be Ohio and San Diego State. 2 really good rosters there and a chance for either one of those teams to win their conference.
Bobcats on the road, only a 3-point dog in that game.
I think that'll probably be the best contest of the day as far as quality football opponent on opponent. Hawaii and Vanderbilt, so you got a little SEC flavor, 6:30 on the SEC network 10 days from now.
Vandy 17.5-point favorites, and word comes out yesterday. Obviously, Vandy is doing construction on both their end zones, which actually this is a good thing. Vandy's updating easily the worst stadium in the SEC. But they are going to play this year with a capacity of 28,500, which is insane to think about.
Which is down from what?
41, I think it is. 41.5, I think is what they play at.
Yeah, but how many of those games are going to sell out? Now, big opponents on the road,
Yep. Anytime Auburn, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee play LSU, they sell the stadium out themselves.
I'm interested to watch San Jose State and USC. It's on the Pac-12 network, so I'll have to figure out how to watch it. But week 0, San Jose State, who was really good last year, and they lost some players, not going to be as good, and USC.
I would assume that number right now, Brown, right around 30.
MyBookie.ag, USC favored 30 points over San Jose State.
There you go.
And FIU and Louisiana Tech, which has a chance to be fairly interesting as well.
Yeah, La Tech favored 10.5 in that one down in Ruston. All those games, you got a lot of games in there that are at least by the point spread could be close games. The closest of them all, Jacksonville State hosting UTEP, and that is a CBS Sports Network game. That game is going to be televised. Jack State's not playing a week 0 game for no reason.
Yeah, so national TV from Bill Burgess Stadium. Phil Snow, Bill Burgess over there at Jacksonville State. Looking forward to that. Show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com is the website. UAB getting ready for that Thursday night start of their season. Trent Dilfer's first year as the head coach. Legacy, a proud supporter of all UAB athletics, football, basketball, and everything. That includes the practice facility and football building there, the Legacy Pavilion down on the UAB campus. Legacy has been supporting the fine folks in the medical and healthcare industries in Birmingham for over 6 decades now. And they continue to try to support you as well with your finances. That includes a lifestyle loan, everyday checking, and, of course, those wonderful car and truck loans as well. Check it out. Like that everyday checking, you can get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, no minimum balance, no monthly fees there. Or the lifestyle loan. If you have an unexpected medical expense or anything else. Like if you want to take a dream vacation, you can do that with a lifestyle loan as well. No collateral required for that. Affordable low rates. It's our friends at Legacy, LegacyCreditUnion.com, LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA.
All right, so we're celebrating the start of year 3, 2 years in the books here today. Do you know what happened 5 years ago today? 5 years ago today, and when I say it, you'll all think of Rockstar. That's the only hint I'll give you. You're not going to get it, but when I say it, every one of you is going to think of Rockstar.
5 years ago
today, August 16th, 5 years ago.
5 years ago.
I'll tell you what, if you'll look at TV3, oddly enough, as I bring this up, there's a massive clue on TV3 right now. If you'll look down in the little box on TV3.
Oh, that is the start of the Rover on Monday Night
Booger
Football.
Mobile made its debut, Rockstar.
Oh, wow.
5 years ago today. You remember the Booger Mobile?
Oh, was discontinued?
I think it made it halfway through the season, didn't
Yeah.
it? And they moved him back up to the booth.
And they said, we're not gonna. This is what we chose to do. We're not moving it. And they moved it.
Yeah, they moved it like halfway through the season. I'll never forget Rockstar's Dr. Louis on the Booger Mobile.
So stupid.
It was. I mean, what a dumb idea by ESPN.
But to stick to their guns, and because
Yeah.
people were losing, couldn't see the game because of it. And no, this is what we play. We're going to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Some people are saying their favorite memory over the last year is Andrew Dice Clay Travis from our Fridays with Rockstar's Playhouse, which will return this year. I don't know if we can pull that one back at some point today. I don't know if we can somehow find that Lunsford. I look past you, Rockstar, to Lunsford, because you always give me that.
Everything we have is on YouTube, so I just play it from YouTube.
Yeah, I'd love to revisit the Andrew Dice Clay Travis today at some point before we get to the announcements coming up at 12 o'clock. I wanted to talk Braves for a second, and we'll get back to college football coming up. But Atlanta wins again last night over the New York Yankees, and they hit them last night. The Braves are 77-42. They're on pace to win 105. At mybookie.ag, they are the betting favorites to win the World Series at plus 330. Heavy favorites to win the World Series right now. They're having the best offensive season in Major League Baseball history right now. Through 119 games, they've hit 231 home runs. Now, I'll say that again. Through 119 games, they're off to the best season ever offensively when it comes to home runs. And they're doing it with on-base percentage and a lot of other things. But Ronald Acuna, runaway MVP in my opinion. I assume a lot of people would agree with that. 338, 27 home runs, and 55 stolen bases.
Yeah, he's going to be your MVP, but Matt Olson's going to be right there with him.
Technically, though, he's on pace, they said, to hit 60 home runs. I mean, you're talking about a 60-60 guy if he meets those expectations. A 300 hitter who's a 60-60 guy. Forget a 40-40 guy, a 60-60 guy.
Yeah, look, this Braves team is one of the fastest starting, and there might be something to back this up. Fastest, and I'm watching Ozuna hit that 3-run bomb, 2-out shot off of Severino last night in the first. It just seems like every time you look up, the Braves are up 3-0, 5-0, 7-0.
Oh, that's another stat. I'm glad you brought that up. They are off to the best start in Major League Baseball history for runs scored in the first inning.
Yeah. It's believable. I mean, every time you look up, they're up again. They're up multiple runs, and how. People talk about starting pitching for the Braves down the stretch and how good will it be in the postseason. Well, it's going to be fine if you get 3-run leads in the first inning.
That was the point to the story I was reading on The Athletic, is that this great team that back in the 90s built around pitching, and even recently their World Series was around starting pitching. But this team now has not only the starting pitching, but the offense to support this. I mean, you're talking about an iconic team that may go, I'll say it right here, may go down as one of the best Major League Baseball teams of all time.
Yeah, got to close the deal, though. Yeah. There will never be a team mentioned in Major League Baseball if you don't win a World Series as one of the greatest teams of all time. So it's so difficult to do to not only have this incredible regular season, but also be able to back it up on the other side.
It's hard to imagine anybody beating this team in the postseason right now.
Oh, wow.
All right, so the chat room has already pissed at you for even bringing this up.
The Dodgers have won 9 straight.
And they're also making fun of you, saying that Acuna is not on the pace for 60 home runs. Where did you get that?
I read it in The Athletic today.
Yeah, Matt Olson is.
either one of them?
No, Matt Olson is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fun battle right now. Who's going to be the home run king of 2023? Is it going to be Ohtani? Is it going to be Matt Olson?
Yeah, Ohtani's got 41.
Yeah, and Olson, I think, has 43 now. But, the other side of this equation.
Maybe that's what I read there,
Yeah,
Brandon.
I think it was Olson.
Acuna, who's got 27 home runs, and they got another guy who's on pace to hit 60.
So
Yeah,
through
there you
two games of this series, the Braves have outscored the Yankees 16-3, and the Yankees 12-22 since July 4th. They have fallen to 500 for the first time since they were 15-15. They have 30 consecutive winning seasons going. There's a good chance the Yankees, with the way they're playing right now, end up with a sub-500 season, and there's zero excuse for that.
No, I would agree.
Got another one with the Braves today. Brooks says Acuna on pace for 40-60.
Well, 40-60 is still incredible.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Yeah.
So you think, right now, Braves-Dodgers have separated themselves from the National League. If it's not Braves-Dodgers. Now, Buster said last week with us, watch the Phillies in a short series or in a, postseason series.
I mean, anything in a short series, but the Braves shouldn't have to play in a short series.
No. But I
That's the
think
best
Buster
of
was
three.
just saying in any series, in any postseason series, the Phillies could be a very dangerous team.
Buster with us tomorrow, as
Correct.
usual. Look forward to talking to Buster only about this. But Braves-Dodgers would be my pick to win the World Series right now, easily, right, over the Orioles or anybody in the American League.
Yeah, again, I think we're still waiting on the Astros to turn the corner.
Yeah.
Not even leading their own division.
Yeah, I mean, the Rangers are awful good.
Tampa Bay, 72 wins, I think, right now. But word comes out not only last week that you lose Shane McClanahan, your all-star pitcher, Cy Young leader at that point when he went down 11-2 with a great ERA. Comes out now yesterday that McClanahan will not pitch in 2024 either. He's going to have Tommy John surgery. So more bad luck between that and the Wander Franco alleged inappropriate relations with a minor that has him not even on the team trip to the West Coast.
Don't think we'll see him back this year.
May not see him back at all this year. That's a little baseball around the block right there. Tell us about Dr. B, and we'll have one more thing this segment before we get to Auburn football.
Yeah, did my non-invasive treatment on the couch last night, 30 minutes, 3 times a week. It's that simple. My hair has more than doubled since I first went to see Dr. Beckenstein, best in the business. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Hopefully we'll see Dr. B tomorrow night. I told you he'd turn me on to Fear City, the Netflix show. But T3hair.net for more information. Dr. B also offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, if you're starting to thin a little bit, preemptive, this is the guy you need to call. Dr. Beckenstein, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Have you ever, in the middle of the day, realize that maybe you spilled a little breakfast on your shirt? I was feeling a little crusty stuff right there from earlier. We had all the wives and girlfriends and everybody up here supporting us, brought decorations and food and such like that. It was thank you to all of them if you're still watching or if you're still in the lobby.
You had a little brown under your right underarm.
Yeah, really?
No, seriously.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah. It's not under it. It's like
right here.
Yeah.
Well, I can't see it from here, so you're
Yeah,
fine.
it may be stained.
Actually, I can see that now that you pointed it out. Yeah.
I pointed it out. I wonder if I pull this out of the dirty clothes.
Yeah. We got
maybe that's that smell you smelled.
Yeah.
We got the fruit dip. I love fruit dip.
Yeah.
The
That's
Team
from Team
Mom,
Mom, yeah.
Team Mom Gina Corn brought us the fruit dip. We got a tray of the chicken minis from Chick-fil-A. I could eat a jillion of those.
Some donuts. and
Donuts
that.
from Maggie.
I call this a Yankee food, but I'm not sure about this. What did you eat, Forrester? My wife brought some of these. What was it called?
The kolache.
Kolache? You call that a Yankee food?
Is that not Yankee food?
I don't think so.
I don't even know if I said it right.
No, you said it right. Kolache is right. I don't know where a kolache
it is Yankee food.
And then like meat and stuff stuffed into a pastry.
Yeah, kolaches are good though.
I just picture us eating those in Chicago or New York City. New York City.
Yeah, no,
Or
I
even
think they're
Oceans.
bigger up north.
Or even Ocean City.
Yeah, Pastor Maggie did visit today.
Yeah, how about those white jeans?
That shows you. I didn't even know she had white jeans on.
Dunaway fishing for the old compliment.
Hey,
there,
I'm just saying, I love my
just
wife.
saying, man.
I love my wife every day, but when she throws on those white jeans.
Yeah, you love her even more.
That is.
So it's a
that's
big day
a
if she
trigger
comes
for
up
me.
here.
That's a trigger for me.
Kolaches are Czechoslovakian and Slovak in nature.
Northern part of Europe.
I guess so. Central Europe, technically. But they have made their way over here to the United States. Boy, I haven't eaten them for a long time. I love a good kolache.
We go play golf when we're going to play golf and having to drive to Montgomery or out to Farm Links or up to Huntsville. The guys always stop by and get kolaches.
Yeah.
I just stick to regular donuts, but they go with the meat stuffed pastries, and I'm always like, a little heavy for me before I get on the golf course, guys.
Well, I like a kolache. And the one the one I got that Maggie brought had spicy sausage in it.
Yeah.
Like the Kaneka sausage. Woof.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I don't know that it was Kaneka, but it was Kaneka in nature.
Yeah, maybe I should try some of that.
Very good.
She's never brought kolaches for me. Oh, by the way,
she loves us.
There's big kolaches at Buc-ee's apparently, so that's a Southern.
Everything. Buc-ee's got every freaking thing. Yeah.
Big in Jersey, says Karen. Thank you, Karen, for watching today. Another great female listener, Karen. Appreciate that. One more thing this segment. Rockstar, give me cut number 9. This is from the Village Vice. Brownie, how would you describe the Village Vice?
Village Vice is our daily Auburn show 4 times a week. Yeah. Our buddy Zach Blackerby of Locked On Auburn and our buddy Brad Law of the Auburn Network do Village Vice. It lives in the Ward Down Pods section of our YouTube family. More on that in a little bit. The Ward Down Pods section is where you find this. And yesterday, Auburn great Jason Campbell, now the analyst of the Auburn Network, on the show.
All right, so here's Zach and Jason. They talked quarterbacks and DBs and a lot of stuff. You can see the whole podcast. And again, 4 of those a week on Auburn Athletics. 4 of them a week. This is the second episode this week. Here's Zach and Jason.
Who wins the quarterback battle right now? If you had to guess.
Man. You know what? I would say, I'll say this. Being at the scrimmage on Saturday, it's always something to be said when the first quarterback trots on the field with the first team. And, Peyton Thorne tropped on the field with the first team and everything. And I think at that point, that kind of tells you what their mindset is. But then after the scrimmage and everything, and you see how Robbie performed, you see how Holden Gurner performed.
Yeah.
I think now it makes you go back and say, okay, let's reevaluate this whole thing and everything. Instead of trying to hurry up and make a decision, let's make sure we make the right decision.
Yeah, but again, LT, you and I heard it to where we thought it was talking about 2 or 3. Jason says Peyton was the first guy to walk out, and by his intel there, I still feel it's Peyton Thorne, and the debate is at 2 or 3.
Yeah, and I think it's Peyton Thorne too. I don't know.
Well,
the thing is, does Robbie transfer out again? He can. Justin Okeson told this on Monday. I just feel like Holden is one of those guys. If he is 3 again, it just seems like he's going to take another opportunity.
But he sounded like Hugh Freeze, didn't he? It's like, I thought when I saw Peyton Thorne run out there, it was pretty obvious. But then having watched all of them play, there's obviously a battle going on for all spots. And that was what Hugh Freeze said earlier this week, is I thought I had it figured out. And now I'm kind of, everything's up in the air right now. So it sounds like this is a legit battle.
Yeah. Troy says, love some Jason Campbell. He's a pros. NH3425, I think Holden transfers by the end of the year.
I agree.
RTD4, that podcast should be lit after they're 3-3, 0-3 in the conference.
Jeez.
Not an Auburn fan, I guess. Village Voice in the War Damn Pods there section. Village Vice right there in the War Damn Pod section on our platform here. Zach Blackerby and our friend Brad Law as well. Jason Campbell, the guest in episode 2. When we come back, Elijah McAllister.
What was in the mimosa?
1 mimosa.
I mean, it is
a shot of champagne.
He just falls apart. Have you noticed?
I'm allergic to alcohol.
Clearly.
Elijah McAllister, Auburn Jack linebacker, joins us next on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
It's time for the Ultimate Football Season Kickoff Party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1. Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A-plus tile home remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A-plus tile home remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Back with you on the Next Round. Hemp Hill Services LT. Great folks there for your heating, cooling, and plumbing needs. We're about to talk a little Auburn football.
Had him out this past Monday. Little man got to the house, went upstairs, turned the AC on.
Uh-oh.
Wasn't working because lightning had struck and knocked out the little grid. I forgot what it's called. Anyway, they had to come replace
Transformer.
it. Well, no. I'm talking about the pad where you actually put on the heat, cooling.
Keyboard.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, some crap.
Anyway, they had to come replace that. For all of your plumbing, heating, cooling needs, these are the guys that I have trusted since day one. Call them up, 205-229-2090. For all of your plumbing, heating, cooling needs, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services.
All right, let's go to Auburn. Elijah McAllister, Auburn Jack linebacker, with us right now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Elijah. How are you today?
Doing well. Appreciate y'all for having me on today.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on. Are you to the point in camp where it's not just camp anymore? You've got the game in sight, so it almost feels like you're in game week, or does this still feel like camp to you? You've done a lot of these.
Yeah, it feels like game week in some capacities. I think it's getting close as people start getting back on campus and you get a feel for class schedules and the season right around the corner. So camp's kind of over with. We're getting prepared to start game plan.
So how different is it when you transfer in from a program like Vanderbilt to a program where you walk in and you see Heisman trophies and you see national championships?
Yeah, I think it's different in a way that people here, I see the same people every day. We're not in a huge city. We're not a college town based in a huge city. We're a college right in the middle of a town like Auburn who loves their football and loves their schools. So it's amazing to have that support. And I think just being here is just a blessing to be able to represent the Auburn family in a lot of different ways. So, yeah.
I always look at the SEC, and it's changed a little bit over the last couple of years, but I'd love to know how you see the SEC. In my opinion, the SEC is a defensive lineman and linebacker league that you've got to be really elite on the defensive line and linebacker if you're going to win championships. You've been around the league. How do you see the league? I mean, I know there are great quarterbacks and running backs and all those other positions, but to me, if you're not good in the front seven, you're not going to win a championship. Do you, having played in the league, do you see it that way too? And if so, tell me how important it is to be good on that front.
Yeah, I would agree. I had an old coach a long time ago. He had this running joke. He always would say there's only 3 conferences in the world: the SEC, the AFC, and NFC. And it's funny, all the NFL players that go to the NFL and the combine every single year for the last, I think, 7, 8 years have been from the SEC, the most represented. And it shows the talent we have in this league. And obviously, at the end of the day, it all starts up front on the offense and defensive line. You got to be able to stop the run at the high level and get to the quarterback at a high level. And those all work through the front seven on both sides of the ball. So, yes, I would agree with you. It's definitely a front-driven league for sure.
Elijah McAllister is with us, the Auburn linebacker. Jack linebacker can be found on Twitter if you'd like to follow him there, at @E_McAllister1, at @E_McAllister1. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Obviously, transferring in from Vanderbilt, everything was going to be new to you, but this coaching staff is new to all of your teammates. Ron Roberts is the defensive coordinator. Can you describe the philosophy of Ron Roberts for me, and what are Auburn fans getting with that defensive coordinator?
Yeah, I mean, Coach Roberts is amazing. He's an amazing football mind. I think you're going to get a multiple defense. We're going to be able to do a lot of different things, and our defense is predicated off of running to the ball as fast as we can, as often as we can, and creating turnovers. So that's been a point of emphasis here during camp, and as I've been with him during the spring as well. And I mean, we're going to, have a lot of different looks for offenses to, see.
Another great football mind, your head coach, Hugh Freeze. And, we've been around Hugh a little bit, and he seems like one of these guys that would have success no matter what he does. Such a motivational guy. Have you ever been around a guy like Hugh before, and what do you think ultimately makes him a great head coach?
Yeah, I think his ability to have a relationship with the players that's faith-based first, that foundation allows you to know, who he is as a person every single day and how he's going to show up. And then also just his connectivity with players, being able to talk to them, being open to talk to them. You don't have to really schedule a meeting to see him. You can see him walking around the hallway. You can talk to him in passing. So that's nice. And he's unique because he's my first offensive head coach I've had. So that's different as well because, the offense is clicking, it's rolling, and he's such a great football mind in that sense as well.
I want to ask you personally how tough it was to leave Vanderbilt because you were a captain there 2 times. How tough was that for you?
Yeah, it was pretty difficult. Honestly, I got some guys that I have shared many wins and also shared some heartbreak there as well. But guys who I've, built relationships with that'll last me a lifetime. And it was tough to be able to, really just leave the guys, honestly. I had got both of my degrees. I had, did everything I could on the field. But to leave the people in that locker room was the toughest part, in my opinion.
Let's don't lose the sentence he just said. I got both my degrees. You are actually pursuing your PhD at Auburn. How close are you to completing that? Could you be a doctor while still playing football?
Yeah, so I'll be probably halfway done by the end of the season, by the end of bowl season, and then hopefully finish it up, depending on how the season goes and as I'm in the off season, as I'm playing at the next level. But, I'm trying to chip away at it every single day as much as I can, because at the end of the day, I'm taking advantage of everything I can in life through God's vision and his purpose. But I'm in school. I might as well take something that's going to help me for the next stage of my life as well.
Yeah. I'm a kid of the 80s. So back then we had posters. There was these things you'd hang on the wall and everything. Every player had a label. Like for you, I could picture Doctor of Pain, Doctor of Sax, or something like that. Are you trying to label something like that? You could bring back posters, make them cool in 2023 again.
Yeah, like some little superhero poster would be cool. I remember having a couple, in my house. I'm from New Jersey, so I'm a big Giants fan, and that D-line that we've always had a great D-line, whether it's Michael Strahan, Lawrence Taylor, Osi Miura, Justin Tuck. So I used to have all those posters and stuff in my room of those Giants, great defenses.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about growing up in Jersey. A week ago today, we were doing shows from Ocean City, Maryland. And I know there's an Ocean City, Jersey, but where did you spend summers? Did you guys vacation any certain spot up and down the East Coast?
I mean, we kind of stayed in the Jersey Shore area. You know, my high school is a 5-minute walk from the beach, and my house is probably a 5-minute drive from the beach. So we just kind of stayed along Jersey Shore, you know, hit the boardwalk and, you know, got all the vendors, got the water there, got everybody you need in the beach and the sand. So it's nice. It's a nice area. I enjoy being from New Jersey, and I'm so prideful of my home state. I do miss the beach, though, being down here, like as close as I was to the beach in Jersey.
I mean, you're what is Auburn? 2.5-hour drive to the Gulf? The Gulf beaches are so much superior. I know you're a Jersey guy, Elijah. You have to admit the Gulf beaches are much better.
It's nice. The sand's different. The water's different. Yes. I will agree. It's much nicer.
Yes, no doubt. Elijah McAllister, the Auburn linebacker, with us. What is the last class you made a B in? I imagine you as an all-A student.
I can't really remember. Probably something that had to do with math. That's not really something I probably enjoy, but I like learning about people, the human brain, how theory connects in practice and everything. But math is not really my strong suit. It's probably something in math.
But he can't remember the last B he had. Yeah. Again, do not let that wash over you.
That doesn't get lost in this 2.2 student right here. I'll tell you that. Hey, I barely kept eligibility every time, man. I'll tell you. Kirk does a great job, he and his staff down at Auburn. I'm told you play the piano. Do you still practice the piano? Do you still play it occasionally? And what's your go-to song if we slid a piano in right now for you?
Yeah, I don't get to practice it too often, but I still, you know, can play at a high level. All my family plays an instrument and sings at least one or two instruments because we all grew up in a church. So a song that I would play would probably be some old church hymnal. I don't know, something my grandmother likes to sing. There's a song that my grandma always just sings. She used to say, he said, he may not come when you want him, but he'll be there right on time. So talking about he's an on-time God. Yes, he is. So I'll probably be able to play that for her as she's singing with my family. And I just really enjoy playing instruments because it's rooted in my family and the foundation we have in the church.
So I'm going to guess, being in Jersey, you're either an Eagles fan or a Giants fan.
Giants fan.
Giants?
Yeah, Giants, 100%. Yeah, you're definitely either an Eagles fan or Giants fan. My family split in that. No Jets fans at all. But Eagles or Giants, we're split. My uncle's a big Eagles fan. I'm a huge Giants fan. So
yeah, I hate to tell you this. It's going to be a bad year if you guys are not Jets fans.
You got Rodgers, man. I'm hoping he does well. I think he's a really good quarterback. Obviously, I think he's one of the most talented quarterbacks we've ever seen in the league. I'm excited to see what he does in New York. It's a big market for him, so he should enjoy himself.
If or when you get to the league, first quarterback you want to sack when you get there, because that first sack is going to be special. Don't you want it to be like a future Hall of Famer, right?
It's definitely Patrick Mahomes. You know, it was Brady for the longest. It's like, please go to the NFL as fast as you can so you can go sack Brady. Now that Brady's going, it's definitely Patrick Mahomes. You know, he's on the trajectory to be that great one. So,
all right, biggest food difference living in New Jersey and living in the Deep South.
New Jersey, huge Italian population, a ton of Italian food to eat, a lot of sandwiches, hoagies, different things like that. Down south, not so much. A lot of fried food, barbecue, different things like that. So that's the biggest difference.
Have you been by Acre yet? Had a little Acre food?
Yes. Me and my dad went there actually after, might have been a spring game or something like that. And that was amazing. I loved it. It's one of my favorite spots here.
Yeah, it's a great spot. All right, he is Elijah McAllister. Why don't you, while you are here, promote your nonprofit? You also, he's a PhD student, plays the piano, knows good food, knows football, and you have a nonprofit. We would love to help you out with that. Describe what it does and how people can help if they would like to.
Yeah, so my nonprofit organization I started probably about a year and a half ago. It's titled the All for One and One for All Foundation. The two pillars are education and experience, so allowing underserved youth to be able to experience things they never get access to and to educate them on life skills that they can apply throughout their whole life. And just, I want to give back to the community, whatever community I'm in, whether that's in Nashville at Vanderbilt or here at Auburn or in New Jersey. I want to be able to impact the youth in a positive way and sacrifice. And you can support any way you can, even an Instagram follow, a donation, anything is appreciated. I'm just so thankful to be able to be on this platform to support and help the next generation so that they can be in the seat I'm sitting in today. It's an amazing one here at this great university.
That's a great attitude. Elijah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for the time, and we'll talk again soon.
Definitely will. Thank you for having me.
All right, buddy. Take care. Elijah McAllister.com hotline. If Auburn had 85 of him, they'd be in good shape right there.
That APR, do they still even keep up with APR?
I don't know, but he's helping you. That's a smart cat right there.
Yes, they do. Just luckily nobody has been in trouble that we cover in a long, long time. Our friend Dr. B keeps things covered on LT's head.
Yeah, T3hair.net. I was telling you guys just a little bit earlier, Dr. Beckenstein is the guy when I started to thin out. Everyone said you need to go see this guy. Since my first appointment with the guy, doubled my hair in thickness already. T3hair.net, 205-319-0316. Again, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Okay, Lunsford, I need you to explain to me what the hell your folks at Disney are doing. They're shutting down Star Wars Galactic. It's going to cost them $225 million to shut it down.
So it's the Galactic Star Cruiser. They basically tried to do a thing. It's like a hotel in Disney World that is basically like you're on a quote-unquote cruise, but in space, like what you would imagine a cruise in Star Wars, the world of Star Wars to be like. And you basically paid like $4,000, and you can only do 2 nights. And that was like the base price to get in. And
I got $4.8 thousand, so $4,800 for 2 nights.
Yeah, it ended up being a huge flop. I think it was a good idea in theory, but the problem is, imagine if I just told you for 2 nights you have to pay basically $5,000 for you and Maggie, let's say, to go, because that's just for 2 people, on a trip where you're going to be locked in a room with no windows, and you're going to be in a tiny little room with like a small bunk bed, and that's it.
Jim would be okay. And Maggie would want her money
you
back.
can't even go to the park. Like they made like a day at the park, like an excursion, like you would do on a cruise. But like you're in a room with no windows because they have a TV screen that's like it's space outside. So like in theory, it sounds cool. Like you could be in space, pretend like you're in space and everything.
Here it is.
Scott's showing you a picture of it.
Yeah.
But it ended up not really working out. And they put on like shows and stuff like that and had people dressed up. But like if you're actually out in space with aliens, it'd be cool. If you're just locked basically like in a hole like they had done, and you really think about it, it's like, boy, why am I spending all this money?
Yeah, I was going to say, people paid for that?
Paid a lot of money for that. I never did it. I wanted to just to try it out, but it was so stinking expensive, and it was hard to find a date because it got sold out really quick for the first little bit. But they said, hey, this is a waste of money. We're wasting time. They shut it down. They're going to take a huge loss. I'm sure it'll help those taxes this year. But
Sounds like an idea from the cruise line on Succession.
Yeah, it really does. Was Lester in charge?
Yes.
It would have been better off actually taking one of the, because they have a whole line of cruise ships, just taking one of the cruise ships and saying, like, hey, a floor is going to be like a Star Wars floor, and you can still have the cruise and everything, but then maybe your room is like themed like that with a space window or something like that.
Right.
Better.
Because actually, my Disney cruise that we took the kids on to save $1, we were at the level that was right at the water's edge, so we did not have an outdoor. What are those holes called?
You had a porthole. You didn't have a patio balcony.
Yeah, so we did not have a porthole. We had a TV screen that was on that wall that would give an outside picture of the sea.
Right. And you pretend to be first class when
so
you're actually steering.
You could hear people shoveling coal next to you, right?
Yeah. The old man, the
2
couple
kids
that,
making out in a Model T.
The couple that was going down with the ship were staying next to us, the 98-year-olds. But it also would play.
But you could have had a Star Wars theme and had space out there instead, and then pretended, and then still be able to go to the buffet.
It had some Disney cartoons that would pop on it sometimes, or you could click to the live view out your window.
In theory, it's a cool idea, but boy, it did not work.
Yeah, it's just a $225 million mistake.
Yeah,
it's Disney; they're okay.
Everybody needs write-offs, Jim.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, you say that, and you're right. I mean, Bob Iger's he's trying to cut $5.5 billion in cost this year.
Well, Penn just paid him what, $2 billion? So I mean,
yeah, and they saw all the firings of people. They're still valued at $162 billion.
Oh, they're not hurting.
Yeah, but then it makes you wonder why all those ESPN people lost their jobs.
Well, because that's an underperforming division.
Yeah,
I hate to sound like we're on CNBC here.
But I mean, if you are hemorrhaging money, and your ratings are going down, simple solution.
And a lot of those increasing Disney Plus. I think $3 a month.
Yeah, $3. That's exactly right.
But
because it's the.
To be fair, everybody has done that.
The Disney bundle now.
Or
is
also
up
during a
$3
strike.
Keep in mind, you can cut a lot of that ESPN personnel, and you're cutting millions of dollars at a time with those cuts. Whereas, how many rank and file employees do you have to cut to get to $1 million? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that's why you see a lot of times, those high price tags. Those are good contracts to have until it's time to start making cuts.
Jason says ESPN is paying too much for college football. Jason, tap your brakes. That's the SEC, man.
I mean, it's all that's working.
Yeah.
That and the NFL.
Fox is paying too much for college football. The ESPN is paying exactly the right amount for college football. One more segment to go. One more segment this hour. In the next segment will include Four Downs as well, and Rockstar's viewing menu. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at A+, the folks that remodeled, much like they're doing that hotel at Disney, remodeled Brown's bathroom. Maybe a Star Wars theme. I know you can get some furniture.
Yeah, it's true. It would be easy. Call Brad Bell up and say, hey, I tell you what, we want a Star Wars bathroom. Brad would do it for you, by the way. You are seeing, if you're watching some video photos, the bathroom that the way it looked when we bought our house. Not a terrible bathroom, just not what we wanted in our master bath. My wife and I wanted a little bit of a darker theme, so she scoured the internet, find the best in the business at redoing bathrooms. She found Brad Bell after talking to a ton of contractors and people that had used certain contractors. Brad was the guy, and we picked him. We gave him a vision. We wanted a little bit darker tones, and boy, when Scott shows you these photos right here, you can see he did exactly what we asked him to do. Did it at a great price, did it efficiently, did it cleanly. His crew showed up on time. They worked their tails off. They got done way faster than I imagined. And we came in right where Brad said we would budget-wise. There was never that call about, hey, we got to spend this much more or whatever. He did great for us. Master bath and kitchen. That's where you get your money back when you sell your house. And it's what Brad is an expert in. He does master bath and kitchen. Call him now, 205-422-1758. That is Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758. He helped me. He helped Lance. He'll help you. If you miss any of this, just reach out to me. I'll get you in touch with my man, Brad Bell, 205-422-1758.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
to do in this segment, including Four Downs and Rockstar's viewing menu, which is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yes, Daniel Moore, our friend there, has announced his next masterwork in oils. Legacy continues. This sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. You can order right now, DanielMooreArt.com. That's DanielMooreArt.com.
You know, you have a case, a significant trial going through the media, and you want to know the backstory about it. And let's Netflix released today, Depp vs. Heard, examines the infamous defamation case that captured the world's attention as the first trial by TikTok, and questions the nature of truth and the role it plays on our modern society.
Boy,
it was every single day there were updates.
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought we saw everything there was to see about that when it was going on live. I can't believe they can do it behind
this is behind-the-scenes stuff.
Yeah.
And then last week was the premiere, 8 p.m. on CBS is the second episode. You know the second episode's got to be stronger because you got their attention for the first episode.
That's right.
You got to have a stronger. So the first episode was Superfan, LL Cool J. What the fans knew about 5 fans would be a super fan know the most about LL Cool J. You got to back it up with somebody strong. Who do you do?
I'd go Donnie Wahlberg.
I'm going to say Vanilla Ice.
I'm going to say it is Shania Twain.
Somebody saw the preview. It is Shania Twain.
Oh, I did not. I did not. I did not.
Crap,
it is Shania Twain.
No. I was just going down the.
Man, Dunaway's a woman.
It's a song.
It is.
Yeah,
that's
I guarantee you, Shania could drink more mimosas than Dunaway.
Well, Dunaway's had 2.
And boy, I don't drink champagne. That hits you pretty quick.
Does it?
Doesn't it?
What?
He's got glassy eyes already.
Jim seems to think it does. He was stumbling down the hall.
No,
that's why Maggie doesn't take you out with her.
She's a mimosa queen.
Yeah.
Is she?
That's why when Taylor pulled it out, I was like, damn, she might have things to do, but she might be posting up now.
Yeah, no, she left. She took those white jeans and hit the road.
Boy, she's in
I'm hitting the road.
She's in trouble tonight.
Yeah, she better skin those things off. Put on some mom jeans.
You think we need to warn her?
Yeah. Maybe in trouble at 2 p.m.
Yikes.
At least she's put on some green jeans.
That's what Rockstar is watching. Let's do our 4 Downs today, brought to you by our great friends at Slice Pizza.
Yeah, just an outstanding product, Slice Pizza and Brew. Local pizza, local ingredients, 4 great locations. For more information on all those specialty pies the Bajalia Brothers cook up, go online, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Bigger bust this year, Anthony Richardson or the NBA in-season tournament?
Anthony Richardson. This NBA in-season tournament interests me as a average or below average NBA fan more than the NBA season does.
Oh my gosh.
Are you serious?
This is so stupid.
Why?
This is one of the dumbest things they've ever done.
You haven't seen it yet. You haven't seen it play out yet. You've seen it on
You haven't
paper.
seen Anthony Richardson?
You know what it is.
I heard Richard Jefferson try to explain it today. First of all, it's confusing. Second of all, who really cares you're playing for something in season?
Yeah, it'll be a trophy. Just think soccer, okay? You have a pod. You win your pod. You go into the single elimination part of the tournament.
It's not soccer.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be a series.
Least popular sport in America is soccer. And that's the problem. Is the NBA is going the wrong direction. They want to build eyeballs, and they're going to do the model of the least popular sport in America.
It's not the least popular sport in America.
Women's basketball, the least popular men's sport.
Hockey is not as well watched as soccer is.
Okay, well, I don't consider hockey really. Well, I guess I don't consider soccer American sport.
But you do consider NBA.
Basketball, yeah, and they're messing this up.
Yeah, because it's new, and you think it's not the old, but it's not.
Anthony Richardson's new.
It's not Larry Bird and Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson and those guys anymore. The ratings have slipped. This is something that'll bring in the average fan.
What do I get if I win the tournament?
You get a cup.
You get a cup.
You get a cup.
That's it. You get a cup.
Yeah, and there's money incentives for the team that wins.
But it's got nothing to do with standings or anything like that.
No, I mean some of the games will count. The pods will count as regular season.
But I'm saying
count as regular season.
I don't get a berth in the playoffs or any goofy thing like that.
That would be stupid. This is just for a.
And when
cup.
are they doing it?
It starts this year.
Mid-season.
So okay, so like during January.
I think
February.
around the holidays, December, January.
All right.
Stupid.
First down.
Second down.
Second down.
Director James Cameron, 69 years old today. If I asked you the better Cameron Best Picture Oscar award-winning film, Avatar or Titanic? Both long.
I've never seen Avatar.
Me
I
too.
rode the ride at Animal Kingdom, and it was very overrated. Didn't like the ride at all. And, I mean, the wait for that thing, we had Fast Pass. The wait for that thing was like 4.5 hours.
See, I think Titanic was a good movie. I know people dog it out because it's a love story.
It's a great movie.
Yeah, I thought Titanic was a really good movie, especially for its day back in 1997, 98.
Think about how good a movie has to be when you historically know the ending, right?
Oh, yeah, everybody knew what the ship's
There's
on.
no big surprise
Yeah.
at the end, right? So you've got to be extra good there's no twist at the end, right?
Yeah, I know, but there's a lot of true stories that are made out there, and you know how it's going to end that are great true stories.
A lot of true stories I don't necessarily always know, but you know this one, and they made it really, really good, and with some iconic lines.
Yeah, look.
Give me your favorite line.
Paint
me like one of your French girls.
Paint me
I knew
like
it was
one of your French girls.
I like me some sci-fi, not a ton of sci-fi, but Avatar was really unique the way it was done, but it was dragging to me. Lunsford, will you chime in here?
He's editing something, but he's putting his earbuds in
So-
now. Asking the question
Sorry, I'm
again.
trying to work. What?
No, I was just asking. James Cameron is 69 years old today. Like, his best films are like Aliens and Terminator 2 and Terminator. But if I asked you his best award-winning Oscar picture,
Titanic, and it's not even close.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we all agree with you.
Dunaway, is your favorite scene the old couple dying in the bed together, or Jack and Rose making out in the back of the Model T?
I
think they were doing a little more than making out.
Yeah, the painting.
A heavy makeout session.
Yeah.
Like, what's your best scene? Death or sex?
Yeah.
The painting. I find the painting, the lead up to
Coming and
sex.
going.
Being bad in bed. Being bad in bed
Literally.
like I am, the lead up to sex is always much better. So the painting.
Right, so the painting.
The painting, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Third down.
Second time we've had him on 4 Downs this week, but Steve Carell is 61 today.
That's hard to believe.
If I asked you his best film, I mean, best work is going to be The Office.
Welcome to Marwin.
40-year-old virgin.
Boy, was that a weird one. Welcome to Marvel.
I never saw it. It was
I never saw it either.
Super weird.
I agree. Either The Big Short or 40-Year-Old Virgin.
I did
40-Year-Old
not
Virgin,
like The Big Short. Did you like that?
I thought The Big Short was really
Oh, I did not like it at all.
good. I thought 40-Year-Old Virgin was one of those that I laughed out loud probably 10, 15 times.
I'll go Foxcatcher. Did not like. I'm surprised you liked The Big Short.
Yeah,
I
I
did
did.
not like that movie
I
at
thought-
all.
and I
Surprised
like
you like Foxcatcher.
I like Foxcatcher. but
Foxcatcher was good.
I thought it was a little overrated.
Did you really?
Yeah, I
That's
liked it
interesting.
though.
I like
I knew how
Foxcatcher.
that was going to end.
I thought it was overrated because Steve Carell, it's not his kind of character. So I think it got played up a little bit more because he was so, serious. in
Right, but
Foxcatcher,
I thought it showed his
versatility.
Oh,
as an
100%,
actor
but
because he was coming right off The Office and you expected him to be funny.
Right, but
Yeah.
I think if people played that up a little bit more because it's like, look at what Steve Carell can
That's
do,
right,
right?
yeah.
And so I think they were like, oh, okay.
Fourth down.
Oh, Crazy Stupid Love. That was a good one, too.
That was more entertaining than I thought it would be.
Yeah, me
but
too.
as good as Steve Carell was, I thought Ryan Gosling was even better
Yeah.
in that.
And-
it was a good dynamic, though.
And who's his daughter?
Emma Stone.
Emma Stone?
Mm-hmm.
Good in that
Yeah.
movie, too. Good movie for her.
This is crazy. So on Monday, one of my idols, Magic Johnson, became a senior citizen at 65.
Right.
Madonna is 65 today.
How about that talented year that was, huh?
Yeah.
How much younger does Magic Johnson look than Madonna?
A lot.
Yeah.
Madonna, though, better career ultimately. Madonna or Katy Perry?
I'm going to go Madonna because I think Katy Perry.
It's really down now.
Well, I don't know that she's down, but it seems like
Her
she's-
biggest thing right now is just she's on American
That's
Idol.
what I was going to
She
say. It
doesn't turn
seems
out
like
new music lately.
that is kind of her thing now. And Madonna never really left music. I mean, Madonna kept pumping out music, and I just don't know. And Madonna, I mean, you could make an argument in her time, the biggest female star out there.
Well, I was
in
going.
music.
I
In
was
music, yeah.
Here was the thing. I was going to throw out Madonna or Taylor Swift.
No, that's Taylor Swift to blow Madonna
But
away
that
eventually.
seemed too easy. This seems kind of easy, but anytime Katy Perry rolls something out, it's top 10.
But when's the last time she's done that?
I think it's been, oh my gosh.
Last Friday night?
No, I think it was 3 years ago.
So I stumbled into a back row discussion yesterday, not on video, but just in the actual back row back there. They were in the back room discussing better at the end of time. Who influenced music more, Taylor Swift or the Beatles? Did I hear that right, back row? Is that what they were discussing?
The original question was, I said, what do you think would have more traction if I had a special guest on the lounge on Friday and I brought up Taylor Swift or Paul McCartney, and everybody said Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Well,
there's
right
no
now,
doubt. Zero doubt.
because of currency right now.
In the
say, like,
moment. But if you could have the Beatles in their entirety, this would be interesting. Bring them back from death, from the two that are dead.
I mean, that would be bigger than getting Taylor Swift. I would agree.
But I mean, if you took a poll, would you rather go to a Taylor Swift concert or the Beatles and these guys are coming back to life?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, seeing people that once were dead in concert would be interesting.
Yeah.
But do you think a teenage girl cares?
Yeah. Here's my point on Taylor Swift.
People would bitch that they were 30 minutes late for the show. Like, they just came back from death.
Amazing what she's done already. This tour is going to break records. But just think about what we'll have later in life, or generations from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when other bands go back and are covering her songs. I mean, that's a whole different level that's still out there for her. Not a lot of people go and cover her songs yet.
That dickhead Ryan Adams did, right?
Ryan Adams did a whole album in between, some illicit stuff. But in the future, there will be some songs will come back by other artists that will be #1 hits. Like American Woman was for Lenny Kravitz when he remade that. 20 years from now, there'll be people who will be, Are We Out of the Woods Yet? There'll be a rock band covering Are We Out of the Woods Yet? And it'll go to #1.
Can you give me who sang the original American Woman?
I'm going to go, I'm not a big classic rock guy. I'm going to say it was American Woman. That's going to be Pure Prairie League.
And their version was actually better than Lenny Kravitz.
No way.
Yeah, the Guess Who.
Yeah.
And I think it was 1970.
Guess Who is better than Lenny Kravitz?
No, Lenny Kravitz better than the Guess Who. That's 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice.
4 great locations, the original in Lakeview, 1 in Vestavia, 1 in Montevallo, now Crestline Park. Local pizza, local ingredients. Go see the Bajai Brothers. Tell them the next round sent you. For more information, SliceBirmingham.com.
I'm with Scotty. Beatles are overrated. I've never been a big Beatles guy myself.
I'm middle of the road. Again, I think they do some outstanding stuff. I don't like a lot of their stuff.
They opened a lot of doors.
They did.
They did. I'm not going to argue their influence on music. I just don't care for their music that much.
Yeah, but that's right? Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like the people who sailed the Atlantic first, they don't do it as good as they do now. But somebody had to do it first.
Well,
the Beatles were sort of some of the early ships making it across the Atlantic.
Like, there's not one person that would get on the Nita, the Pinta, or the Santa Maria right now, but they made it across.
That's right.
And somebody had to do it first before, a Carnival cruise ship goes across.
Right. Yeah, so today's artists, if it was back in the 60s, would blow the Beatles away.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, well, you say that, but, one of the reasons they made the movie yesterday, or the premise behind it, was the Beatles never existed, those records would still be hits. And I do believe...
Oh, they would be. Yeah, they would be.
A lot would be big hits.
They would be. Now, they wouldn't. I don't think they would play it and sound exactly the same way as they did back then.
Good flick, by the way, yesterday.
I
like that. I like that
underrated movie. I liked it a lot, too.
Yeah,
that was a good movie.
I saw it twice.
It's a feel-good movie. In the next segment, we will get back to college football a little bit. You'll hear from a couple of Auburn and Alabama players. You've already heard live Elijah McAllister, Jack linebacker, Auburn, on the show. Final hour of the show at 12:35. Tyler Booker, offensive lineman, Alabama, will be on the show with us at 12:35 today. But if you're going to tailgates this year, there's something new coming to your tailgate. That's part of the next hour of the show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at Shannara Flooring. Let's say you're moving to a new place and you don't like the floors or the carpeting when you get there. Who are you going to call, Brownie?
You're going to call Fu and the gang at Shannara Flooring. That's what Rockstar did. They used to be Homewood Flooring, Homewood Carpet and Flooring. They are now Shannara Flooring. Different name, still Fu and you. Rockstar bought his house. It was basically on an Indian burial ground. And still is. Part of that was that one floor that Cord he was desperate to play on that one floor, Rockstar.
A little garage turned into a spare den.
Essentially a minefield for a little kid, right?
Yeah, so we decided to carpet it and went to Shannara Flooring for that.
Yeah, and how'd they do?
They did fantastic. We actually go into that room now.
Oh, yeah.
It used to be a storage place.
It used to be a storage room. Now it's a room where you just live life, right? That is what you get from Shannara Flooring, the best tile, the best hardwoods, the best carpet, LVP and LVT, the best countertops, specialty flooring in all of Birmingham. Whether residential or commercial, does not matter. They do it all. Visit ShannaraFlooring.com or call 205-518-6423. That is ShannaraFlooring.com or 205-518-6423. Still fooing you at Shannara Flooring.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Live Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Part of the show today, including this important announcement, not the announcements, that come at 12 noon today, 1 hour from now, less than 1 hour now. But I got an announcement about this segment after LT tells us about our friends at Hydra Live.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof. Open 7 days a week, 2 locations, the newest in Hoover right there in Greystone. Corner of 119 and Douglas Baker Boulevard. Also Homewood, they're open 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. 7 days a week. Also membership benefits. They travel with the members. So wherever there's a Hydra Live, whether you're in Nashville or Birmingham, you're going to get the exact same benefits. Mention Next Round at checkout. You're going to save 20% off any of their services. If you can't make it to Hydra Live, not a big deal. They can make it to you. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hydra Live Therapy. For more information, hydralivetherapy.com.
All right. In this segment, as part of our anniversary show today, we're going to replay Andrew Dice Clay Travis.
It is one of my favorite works of Rockstar.
So that's commercial break.
Is it queued up, Rockstar?
Not yet.
It is.
Okay.
Not yet. We'll get a couple other cuts before we get to that, but that's in this segment.
Okay.
As always, this hour of the show brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. You can't beat Sterling and the crew. He's been with us since before day one. In fact, before we ever did our first Next Round show, he was with us at SEC Media Days. Sterling has stood by us like he's standing by me in that picture right there with those two big breasts, those white meat cooked-to-order chicken, all the great sides, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, which you see upper center of the photo there, hand-cut chicken fingers, and so much more. Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, open for lunch right now. Rockstar, let's run through a couple of things. There's a theme that is going on in both Auburn and Alabama's camp, and I would imagine camps around college football right now. Cut two first, Rockstar. Tyler Booker is going to be on the show with us later on. But earlier in camp, Tyler Booker gave us this theme. He actually said this to us, I think, up at SEC Media Days as well. This is Tyler Booker's mentality, what he's trying to get accomplished in camp to sort of set the tone.
If there's one or two words that you would use to describe your mindset as a blocker, what would they be?
Physically dominating. You know, and that's the mindset of the whole room. Like, we want to physically dominate you. We want to intimidate you. We want the third quarter to roll around and be in the defense to be like, oh my gosh, like, we still can't stop the run. Like, how are we going to stop this run? We want guys to tap out. We want guys to fear us. But that's a mindset that we have to develop now in camp, you know, and being here at the University of Alabama, that's the mindset of running the ball, and you're not going to play offensive line here if you don't have that mindset. So whoever you see on the field has that physically dominating mindset. And we're going out there like we're trying to make you quit every play.
Yeah, tap out is the theme there for that offensive line. I got an Auburn offensive lineman, but go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I can't put a finger on where that ended for Alabama football. Like, I can't say this is where it stopped. But I'll tell you the first time that I noticed it, okay, that I noticed that they weren't that team anymore was in the kick six game. And if you remember, Alabama is going down to basically seal the game away, and they've got a 4th and 2 and go for it and get stuffed. Now, they didn't kick the field goal because they were scared to death to kick field goals in that game for good reason.
But throughout the game, they kept coming up short on 3rd and short and trying field goals.
And they had 4th and 2. They tried to run it over the right side. Auburn stuffed them, and it's where Auburn started the comeback that led to the win. And I remember thinking right there, I'll tell you what, the last few years, Alabama gets that. They get that 4th and 2.
2011, 2012.
2012, 2010,
I just
2009.
don't remember. I remember that game, and I remember those situations, but I don't think it was a decade ago. I still remember teams in 16 and 17 having a lot of success running the football.
Yeah, it stopped in 2018.
Yeah,
is my opinion.
That's where you put your finger on it.
Well, I think when you got more dominant quarterback play is when it stopped.
When Tua became the full-time starter. That's when,
I agree.
That's when
it was.
That's when it stopped. But that's not, as I said, that's not just an Alabama theme, and I don't think it's just an Auburn theme either. But here's Tate Johnson, Auburn offensive lineman. By the way, sort of saying the same thing, right, Tate?
I think it's just a mentality, you know. In the SEC, everyone's big, everyone's strong. In 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 4th and 1, 4th and 2, it just comes down to the mentality of we're either going to get it or we're not. And I feel like the offensive line this year has really embraced taking on the mentality of no matter what happens, we're getting it, you know, get it or die. So that's really the mentality we try to take on.
Get it or die. And there's a reason why that's a theme, right? Because if you can get to 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, your success rate goes way up, and that really shortens the field, right? That if on 2 plays, all I've really got to pick up is 7 yards. It's a simplistic way of thinking about football, but I've got 2 plays basically to get in 3rd and short. And if I've got the offensive line that can get a majority of those 3rd and shorts, I'm going to win a lot of football games.
Well, and if you get to 3rd and short, I mean, you've got your entire playbook. And the percentages, I mean, I don't know exactly what the difference would be between 3rd and 7 and 3rd and 2, but it's drastic.
It's drastic.
Yeah.
And that's what has changed in football so much over the last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, is that, it's common now. A 6-play drive seems average, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It seems average. A 12-play drive seems like, oh, boy, they grinded it out. I would imagine back in the day, back in the 70s and 80s, that 12-play drives were as common as, balloons on your anniversary. but 6-play drives now, 7-play drives almost seem like long drives.
I mean, LSU won a national championship on the back of that, right? I mean, how often did Joe Burrow and LSU go out on the field and score in 2 or 3 plays? And they were a dominant team, but it hurt their defense. I mean, their defense wasn't, if you go back and look at the numbers, they won all their games, but they weren't as dominant a defense because their offense never stayed on the field. They would score so quickly.
You know, and I brought up Monday that I thought Pete Golding took a bad rap, and I got a couple of texts about that. You're insane. He was not a good coordinator. And I wonder how much that had to do with Alabama scoring quickly as well.
I don't think it helped it. Yeah, I mean, Alabama frequently, with Bryce Young and Mac Jones, they were in the end zone very, very quickly. I mean, that Mac Jones 2020 Alabama offense, one of the best we've ever seen. And it would put that defense back on the field quickly. Specifically, obviously, remember that Ole Miss game where Ole Miss couldn't stop Alabama, but Alabama's defense was going right back out on the field after about 3 plays. And they were struggling to stop Ole Miss too, obviously. But good news for Alabama that night was there was absolutely no stopping Alabama's offense.
I'm sure you'll see at least one of these at a tailgate this year. LG, the makers of great TVs, in my opinion. I think we're LG around our studio.
That's right. There are 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 LGs in this one studio.
I weighed in heavily on that because I have majority of Samsungs at my house, but the best pictures I have are LGs.
Yeah, all mine are LGs at the house. We have eight screens in just our studio that are LGs, and they're scattered all throughout the company up here. LG now has, for $1,000, TV in a suitcase that you can take with you on the road, like tailgates. Opens it up, it folds out. You have your TV screen with speakers and everything, and you're able to, dial into your internet connection or over-the-air television and watch at your tailgate.
How big's the screen when it folds out? Do you have that?
I do not.
It's got
27 inches.
27? Ooh, that's small for a tailgate. Yeah,
it's carry-on.
I mean, that is a
really
small screen for it. I mean, what is our clock right there? That's 27, I think, or 24.
Yeah, it's 27. I think.
Yeah, could you imagine watching that? I mean, our clock's on a 20. It's big enough for our clock right here, but
it's big for a clock.
It's big for a clock, but if you're at a tailgate, that's a pretty small TV.
Yeah, I don't think I see anything under a 50 at a tailgate.
Yeah. But now the problem at a tailgate is you get that 50 there. How do you get the signal? And it sounds like this.
It's all built in.
It's all built in. Like at the places like in Tuscaloosa and Auburn where you pay, they give you a hookup, I think, don't they?
Yeah.
Or they have the TV there.
And most people, I don't know how it would work in the streaming world because the internet connection is
you're never
going to
stream, yeah.
But, when you've got, you just roll out a direct TV dish and hook that up, people never have a problem with that.
Boy, people argue about TVs. Pritchell says Vizio makes the most durable TV. They last forever.
Yeah, but once I get my TV home, I don't need it to be durable. It's not a contact sport in my sports room.
But I think most people, and I don't know if he's doing this with his TV, a lot of people just use a normal TV for their outdoor TV now because they've become so disposable. So in that case, durable would be the way I'd want to go.
Yeah, I will never I have a Skyview TV.
Yeah, which is made to be outdoors, right?
That will never happen again.
Yeah, because, how big is that TV?
That's 60.
60. So you probably go for an outdoor 60, spend what, $600 maybe?
Maybe.
$600.
I'll go bigger. I'll go probably 80 outdoors.
Spend $600, use it for 2 or 3 years if you have to replace it.
Right.
If you forget to bring it in. I think most of the time, if you don't forget to bring it in, it's probably going to last.
I'll have it set up where you can take it on and off.
All right. We've our big announcements are about 45 minutes away. One of the big moments in our last year is we hit our 2-year anniversary today, and this is the first show into year 3 of our little company up here. Some of the fun we have on Football Fridays, and this dates back to our radio days when it was called the Dr. Lou segment, but now it's Rockstar's Playhouse, is when Rockstar came in with this character this past football season.
Hey, do you have any idea who I am?
I think I was trying to remember the character. It was a mix between Rocky Balboa and somebody.
It's Andrew Dice Clay.
My name, I'm the ultimate hybrid. My name is Andrew Dice Clay Travis. We got fused together, the perfect person. And you see, I got the jacket, I got I got the beard, but what you can't see is that I got duck heads and I got sandals on too. Oh. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner eating a Christmas pie. Since August of this year, no one has ever trusted the FBI. Hey, what are you laughing about? How much you got in your bank, buddy? How much you got in your vault? Finally, there was an old woman who lived in a shoe. Dice Clay Travis made over $250 million last year. Hey, how about you?
As funny as I remember it.
That cigarette looked lit.
I know.
Oh, it was real. I'm a method. I'm total method.
Hey!
Rockstar, do you already have all 13 of yours planned out this year?
I do not.
Are they going to be funny?
Do you have all 13 segments planned out today?
I do not.
All right.
It's by the seat of my pants every week. I look forward to those returning this Friday and everything else we do during football season. One more thing in this segment after LT tells us about the great folks at Slice.
Again, 4 locations of Slice. The late Jeff Bajaya started the incredible concept. His brothers continue the legacy. Jason and Chris get into one of those 4 locations. Check it out. Local pizza, local ingredients from the soul pie, the wing and a prayer, fantastic stuff. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Okay, the MVP odds are out. Before you put them on the screen, Forrester, BetMGM, who is giving this, and they assemble those for the AP NFL MVP of the year. Who do you think number one and the odds for the MVP is this year? I'll give you first guess.
Pat Mahomes.
Pat Mahomes for you. Do you agree with that?
Pat Mahomes would have been my first guess. Hard not to go there, yeah.
I would tell you Pat Mahomes is second. If I said Mahomes is off the board, where do you go?
Oh, Aaron Rodgers?
Nope.
Nope.
I think that they are going to go Josh Allen.
Nope. A little hint now. He's injured right now, but should be okay for the season.
Tua Tagovailoa.
No, that's in the season.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Show him the odds. It is Joe Burrow at plus 600.
Joey football.
Plus 650, Patrick Mahomes, so very close. Josh Allen plus 750. Justin Herbert, a bigger jump there to get to the fourth guy, so the top 3 are pretty close. Jalen Hurts right there with Justin Herbert. Jalen Hurts, by the way, now a Jordan Brands guy. He signed that endorsement deal earlier this week. I have a feeling, LT, you think at plus 1,400, Lamar Jackson could be the guy.
Could be, yeah.
Who, if you, I mean, that's all quarterbacks, obviously.
Yeah.
Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Dak
1600s.
Prescott, Aaron Rodgers. If you went non-quarterback, who would you pick?
Non-quarterback. It'd have to be a receiver.
Probably.
Normally a receiver.
I mean, used to, you could make an argument for a running back. I just don't think you can anymore.
Your best receivers right now are Justin Jefferson. Vikings won't be good enough.
And that's what I was going to say.
Jamar Chase, I think Joe Burrow would get the love
Then he
there.
wins it. That's the problem.
Cooper Kupp, they're not going to be good enough.
Right.
I could see if the Dolphins really tore it up, maybe going Tyreek Hill in front of Tua.
If he caught a lot of short passes and did a lot of long runs after catch.
Maybe a kick return or something like that, a punt return. I could see Tyreek Hill if the Dolphins are really, really good.
Well, because I think if you get decent quarterback play, they're going to be really good against San Francisco. I could see Christian McCaffrey. He does so many different things for that offense.
Yeah.
And this will be his first full year under Kyle Shanahan.
You were not here yesterday. Jets getting Dalvin Cook to pair with Breece Hall in that Jets backfield. They're following the Bucs and the Rams and seem to be all in on this year. What do you think of Dalvin?
I love Dalvin Cook. I think he's one of the best versatile running backs in all of football. And when you pair him with Breece Hall, who had such an incredible breakout rookie season until the injury, kind of shortened that 2022 year. Robert Saleh, the only excuse he's got, and boy, he brought this up, is that offensive line. If the offensive line comes together, I don't know how the Jets can't be really good.
Because they're really good at receiver. They're really good at running back. They are historically, based on his play, really good at quarterback. I don't know what they're missing on offense.
Their defensive line might be the best in football.
Defensive line's terrific. I think the whole defense is good.
Great cornerbacks, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. You're right. Offensive line would be the only thing you would question there.
You feel really good that your quarterback took jiu-jitsu?
Jiu-jitsu, yep.
Yeah, in the offseason.
Learn how to fall. He has not gotten hurt this offseason. He's fallen properly every single time.
Would that bother you?
What?
Or would you be glad that your quarterback is learning how to fall?
I mean, look,
well, better learn.
I like that he's being, proactive and trying to figure this thing out, but I don't know if you can figure out how not to get hurt.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Bryce Young needs to figure out how to fall because it looked like after one exhibition game, he's going to hit a ton.
I have actually seen this in practice. My daughter is about to be a double black stripe Taekwondo student, my youngest daughter. And you learn how to fall in that sport, right? There's a way you fall so you don't get hurt. And I think that's what Tua is trying to do, is to avoid, you see it all the time now in football, the head hitting the turf when you fall. And I know it sounds stupid in real time, but I do think you could probably learn not to do that. That's how he got hurt in the Bills game when they didn't take him out. And now they say he was probably suffering a concussion. They initially said it was a back injury.
Yeah. You also also don't want to fall on your throwing shoulder, your throwing arm.
I do think there's some legitimacy to it. Now, that's not to say Tua's not going to get hurt this year. The odds are he is.
I wasn't joking. It's an odd story.
It's a very odd story.
Just as odd as it was in the 70s when Lynn Swann was on NFL Today and he was taking ballet over. Everybody.
Well, it seemed like it worked though.
Yeah, it worked great.
Yeah.
But back then it was unique and weird. Now, if you see a whole NFL team in the middle of the field during camp doing yoga, no one bats an eye now. We've got trash in the next segment. Show being brought to you, as always, by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And also behind Brownie, a newly filled locker of ice-cold Coca-Cola, including the body armor down low and the Powerade Zero. The Dasani water is there. The Sprite.
Hang on.
The Sprite Zero.
Is that the mango or the Mamba?
We got the Mamba.
Oh, I want to try that.
You've never had it?
Mm-mm.
Oh, this is the best one they got. This is the Mamba Forever Kobe's mix there, strawberry grape. It was the one he liked. It's even got the 8 and the 24 jersey on it. But if you don't remember, Kobe was an early investor in Body Armor before Coca-Cola purchased it. So they've got the Mamba Forever. You need to try it. It's really good.
Yeah, that was his design from the lab there. When we come back, LT takes us to the trash.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
You can win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hydra Live bringing you part of the show. The number one guy in Bruce Feldman's freak list, which came out this week at The Athletic, is impressive, and he's in the SEC. Who that is after you tell us about Hydra Live.
Yeah, again, IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, compression therapy. It's all under one roof. Turnkey right there, open 7 days a week. The new location in Greystone, also Homewood, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. You can boost your immune system with Hydra Live therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress, anxiety, boost your immune system, and more. If you're really hungover, this can get you hydrated. You'll go from feeling like you could never eat again to wanting a cheeseburger immediately after you get that IV. If you can't make it to Hydra Live, guess what? A nurse can actually come to your house or office. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hydra Live Therapy. Go to hydralivetherapy.com for more information.
Samford quarterback Michael Hires is on the Manning Award watch list. Michael Hires of Samford, coming off that semifinal run last year. He is the only FCS quarterback on the Manning watch list of 33 quarterbacks.
Jeez.
Everyone else are FBS. So a lot of praise
a heck of an honor
for Michael Hires and his leadership, not only on the field but off the field for Samford. But on the freak list from Bruce Feldman, does it every year, 100 freaks in college football. Chris Braswell of Alabama, 7th, by the way. But number one on the list, Nicholas Harbor, wide receiver, 5-star, who picked South Carolina. LT Brownie, he is 6'5", 243 with Olympic speed, and everyone is saying you've got to see this guy play football.
Who was the guest that was telling us about him? I cannot remember. There was a guest we had on that was talking about having, maybe it was Luganville.
I think it was Media Days.
Maybe so, but I remember somebody bringing this guy up and like, if you have not seen this guy, you got to watch his film.
Here's the
It's
scary
incredible.
thing. Spencer Rattler is one of these quarterbacks. When he gets hot, watch out. I mean, he's got incredible touch. Pretty good arm. Antoine Wells is going to be one of the best receivers in the SEC to begin with. You compliment him with a guy like that, that's freakish.
They compare him to DJ Metcalf, but he's taller. DJ's 6'4".
Well, I think
this guy's 6'5".
Yeah, DK. We asked about DK compared to this guy with whoever we were talking about.
I wish I could remember who it was. Yeah,
and I think he said he's a little bit bigger and he's got a little bit more speed. I don't know how he would have more speed, but
Chris Doering, maybe. Chris Doering.
I really cannot remember who it was, but it might have been Doering. But somebody told us you have got to see this guy. It is just an incredible. I mean, a freak of nature.
And hats off to Shane Beamer for getting him to South
No
Carolina.
doubt.
Everybody wanted him. It's going to be fun to watch. All right, every day at this time, we get away from anything else that is going on in the world, and we go to a segment we call Trash, and it's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Rockstar, hit the big button.
Well, shit. What are y'all doing? This is awful. It's still March. How many days in March?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if you're new to the housing market, you might be wondering when the best time is to buy a home. Well, wonder no longer, because our friends at Mortgage Right, every day is the right day to purchase a new home with locations nationwide. And, of course, right here, Highway 280 and Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. So we were talking about anniversary number 2 is cotton. I brought up it was something Herman. It wasn't Tom Herman. But I brought up the shirt that I bought Bethany for anniversary number 2 that got hit with the bottle rocket. And Bethany sent a happy anniversary to us. And she sent this picture she found.
Is that the shirt?
That's me, Bethany, and Ian, and that is the shirt.
Wait a minute. That's Fitzy?
Yep. Being a little dirty on the couch, isn't he?
He is.
Boy, I wish Dr. B would have got me back then.
I mean, you and Jack almost look exactly the same. How old were you guys there? Bethany looks like she's 15.
I was 29, almost 30.
Wow, you guys were very young in your 20s looking.
It's amazing how much Leighton looks like her.
Yep.
100%.
100%.
And how much Jack looks like you.
Yeah.
It's
It really does. Yep.
Look at Fitzy.
Good way to take a picture.
Stick your tongue out.
I wonder who was snapping the picture.
That's a good question.
Maybe Fitzy's girl back then.
Not
okay.
somebody we would call Kitty Cat.
Not Kitty Cat.
Kitty Cat.
Nope.
It's not on the prowl just yet.
They say I look stoned. You know what? I bet I wasn't stoned in that picture.
No, but I
smoked
see
back in the day.
I see something in the right hand, though.
I bet you were drinking.
Yeah,
It's like baked beans.
You know what? I think that was at the beach, maybe, and it was one of those long days that turns into a long night.
Do you think Fitzy thinks his tongue's longer than it really is?
I don't want to know.
It's a question you could ask Fitzy. Little Gene Simmons-ish?
From Fitzy?
No, the act, not the tongue.
Yeah.
Like he's...
We start first in the UK. Festival goers have been warned of a dangerous orange drug emblazoned with the Tesla logo on it. Bosses at Boardmasters, which closes with Florence plus the Machine tonight, have urged revelers to be careful about what is reported as the Tesla tablets. These have been found on site. Now, a sign was put up by Cornwall's biggest surf and music festival regarding the form of the Class A drug ecstasy, also known as Molly and MDMA. Sign says, quote, Tesla tablets have been found at the festival. These are dangerous, can make you very unwell. Please do not take them. Be responsible. Look out for each other. If you take something and you feel unwell, go to a medical tent immediately or speak to the nearest steward. They'll look after you and you will not get into any trouble.
I feel unwell.
Rockstar, what is the, or anybody, 0 to 60, what's that mode called? The Tesla?
Ludicrous.
Ludicrous mode?
Yeah, I would imagine that gets you ludicrous pretty quick.
I would imagine so. And it might get you dead on the side of the road if you're not careful.
People don't believe this, but the only drug I've ever done is weed. But I remember I had friends that did a lot of ecstasy coming up in high school. And this used to be big for the ecstasy dealers where they would logo it. Like I remember seeing Mr. T on some. I saw Mike Tyson on some, which is really dangerous when you've got a tablet out there that's got these characters and a kid. It's like, it might be a vitamin.
I really don't understand why, and listen, I know our world is just a screwed up world, but why somebody wakes up and says, I'll tell you what I'm going to do today. I'm going to develop something that looks like a drug, but it's going to kill people. I just really don't get that train of thought there.
Well, I don't think ecstasy kills you.
I think this one does. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it says, according to the NHC, short-term side effects of ecstasy, tingling feeling, tightening of the jaw muscles, increased body temperature, and increased heart rate. I mean, I guess if you do enough of it.
I was going to say, those all sound pretty serious to me.
Yeah. That's a long-term effect. Short-term effect. These are the short-term effects.
Yeah.
Death is a long-term
Death
effect.
is very long-term effect.
You know, sometimes I feel my jaw a little too loose.
You want to tighten that thing up?
Yeah.
Oh, my jaw's too loose.
Man has stuffed 39 pancakes into a sports bra to understand what his wife goes through every day.
It's pancakes.
Isn't it enough just to hear her bitch? I mean, you don't necessarily have to do this.
Did you cook the pancakes, woman?
That doesn't go viral, Lance.
Yeah. Wait till you read the rest of the story and see what he did with the syrup.
Now, TikTok user @CaseBrim took to social media platform to reveal she discovered her F-cup bra size was the equivalent of 39 pancakes.
As it turns out, shouldn't there be an even number, Lance?
Well, I mean, they're not even.
Yeah,
You know, one outweighs the other. So
It's a great point, guys.
Challenged her
She's
husband.
not an F-cup.
Well, you
We
can't
can't
tell.
see.
Dunaway.
She's got her arm blocking.
His tits are in the way.
She's got a little aloe.
I can tell by
hoodie
her
on.
face.
Anyway, she challenged her husband to stuff the sports bra with just that, instructing him to go for a run with a new padded chest to feel what she experiences every day. Well, she doesn't have to run.
No.
Right? She could swim.
No.
Yoga. Now, before putting their experiment to action, the pair headed to the supermarket to stock up on the breakfast treat. Casey's boyfriend, Brandon, immediately ran into an issue when he tried to put his seatbelt on in the car, asking how he was going to get it over his shirt. She shot back, "Welcome to my life," noting her daily struggle to do just that. When the pair started on their run, he immediately noticed there was sweat under the pancakes and had to keep clutching at his pancake chest to make the run easier. Casey cheered as Brandon learned firsthand what she goes through when exercising and completing simple tasks. At the end, she asked what it felt like to have her breast size for a short workout. Quote, look, it's hard, agreeing when his wife said the chest size wasn't all it was cracked up to be.
Now let's go and get some pigs in the blanket.
I get it.
I got it. Don't worry. Can I'd like to know the process, Rockstar, she went through to determine that her chest size is roughly the size of 39 pancakes.
I Googled it.
Yeah, I
I think what happened was there was something out there that said if you're an A cup, you're a pancake.
You're a pancake.
And
Right.
you get
She's
to
like, well, I'm
F,
39
It's
pancakes.
39 pancakes.
Right.
But we don't even get a profile of her. So we really...
No, like that's the one thing I'm trying to look for some naked
Other
pics.
photos?
But I've even
Naked
messaged
pics. Those aren't pancakes.
This is for a story. This has nothing to do with anything
Okay.
sexual.
Quick question.
Okay, Jim.
It's obviously A, B, C, D, E, F getting there, but is double D smaller than one F? Like single F is bigger than double D?
I think... So it goes by...
Or
and
is
you know
double
this,
D bigger than F?
It goes by letter and numeral.
Right.
And the numeral is the
Yeah.
thickness of the back or
Right.
the circumference of the back.
Right. For your bra.
I would say that
The letter's the cup, the rest is the bra. Yeah.
there is no double A, there's no double B, there's no double C. I would think double D is going to be better. I think you circle back around. I'm
Right.
just guessing, though. I think double D is bigger than F.
I had a friend in school that was a female friend in school one time that was after this guy, and she was at his house, and she it sounds creepy, but she snuck a peek in his underwear drawer, and she was like, he only wears a size 26 underwear. And I was like, you know that's your waist size, right? It's
your
got
waist, right?
nothing to do with anything else. It's your waist
I wish
size.
it wasn't.
Yes. She's like, oh, I didn't know that, because she thought it
my
was like
48s would be really
Yeah,
impressive.
She thought it was like the bra size.
Did they end up dating?
I can't remember, Lance. Maybe a little bit. Yeah.
Smuff, great male listener, double D comes before E.
Well, it does. 2 Ds. Yes.
F cup is way bigger. Couldn't stop it. Boobs make me sneeze.
Ellis titty talk.
Dunaway's highly allergic, Rockstar.
New show, Titty Talk.
It would get some clicks.
Daytona Beach woman is accused of killing her roommate. Now, according to court documents, 35-year-old Nicole Max charged with first-degree premeditated murder. According to the affidavit, officer was flagged down July 1st due to a fire at a home in Daytona Beach. The victim was found inside of the home with multiple stab wounds to his torso, blunt force trauma to the back of his head. Victim was identified as 79-year-old Michael Sarasoli. Now, inside of the victim's bedroom, detectives found a knife covered in blood near the victim's body. Police said there were 2 cell phones inside of the victim's bedroom, one belonging to the victim and one belonging to Max. Now, the victim's landlord said that Max lives at the Clark Street residence with the victim. Early the next morning, officers found Max in Holly Hill. Police say when they made contact with her, she dropped a knife and a hammer. Police say she had blood on her leg as well. According to detectives, Max changed her story multiple times. While being interviewed about Sarasoli's death, she stated she was homeless, but eventually admitted that she lives with the victim. She told officers the victim's bedroom is upstairs. She never goes upstairs except to, quote, feed her spiders.
Except to kill people.
Kill people, yeah.
And to feed her spiders.
Is the neck tattoo, does it say Dell's steak sauce?
No, it looks like it says Dell's old lady is what they're saying in the chat room.
Yeah, I can't see it either. I can't.
No, the chat room thinks it says Dell's old lady. Like she's married to Dell. And then she's got a mathematical equation right under the neck right there of some
464 is what it adds up to.
21.
I think so.
I have no idea.
I think it's 464, but I wonder what the significance of 464 would be unless she wasn't born on 464. She's too young.
Imagine it reduces
Am
down
I doing
to
bad math there?
No, imagine it reduces down to 666.
21 times 2 is 42.
I
42
think y'all are thinking
times
too
12.
much into it.
Yeah.
464.
I think they're just numbers.
Like seriously, if they were casting a modern day Gilmore Girls gone bad, she'd be in the running.
Oh, you're saying she looks like the old girl,
like a dirty
Laura Linney?
Lauren
No,
Graham.
Lauren Graham, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Dale's old lady is right.
Now, when Max told police officers was told police officers were going to take her DNA, she requested a drink, was provided a Diet Mountain Dew. Police say Max then poured the soda all over her body and hair in an attempt to interfere with the possible evidence of the DNA.
Damn it, she did it. Well, go ahead and leave.
She got us
We
again.
got nothing on you.
Yeah.
Dale's old lady's out.
So she looks like she's got stars on her arms, too. I watched Eastern Promises again last night, Rocky, with Vigo.
Good scene in the sauna.
Yeah, the sauna scene, next level. But he gets his stars, the tats.
Yeah.
Everybody's saying 464 is the Chicago area code, so that could be the mathematical equation there. I don't know.
She must be a White Sox fan.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to do this to you, Scott. I'm going to go White Sox over Cubs on this one.
Hey, by the way, was that quick math on my part?
That was quick math, Lance.
Let's see where she was from. No, Daytona Beach.
Okay.
Or she could be from Chicago.
Could be from Chicago.
So we've got interesting and funny pictures to observe, and I don't know what exactly Rockstar's got, but
What do you think of this?
That's Wendy's. Is that the actual Wendy's?
That is the actual Wendy's.
No, it is not.
That is the actual
Are you
Wendy's.
serious?
Hey, we called it, though.
They clean her up a little bit on the logo.
Can I get a double
they clean her up
cheese?
a lot of bit.
Yeah.
Double cheese, no onion, and large, biggie size fry. Please.
Yeah, if that was the picture on the marquee, they never would have sold Burger One.
Jeez.
Well, I mean,
this is a cool pizza place, a Russian plate roulette. The one who gets the last slice has to pay for it.
Oh, I like that. That's
It's a
really
random
cool.
bullet chamber.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's the way to make suicide
No,
fun.
it's a real good idea.
It's Russian roulette.
But you know, sometimes when you pull a piece and it pulls the other piece, you got to have like clean cut pieces of pizza, and you got to be able to pick it up. And like you can't even look at the board until the last piece is picked up, I think.
All right, so here is a tweet from C. Joyner. Our boss just banned overly specific nicknames, and the whole office is staring at Rat Snitch Brian, the good time ruiner. That is so good.
Is that him?
That's
Is that him?
No, it's Pat Coyne.
That's Logan DiCaprio. They say, if you ever heard of Leo DiCaprio, we got Logan DiCaprio.
That is Pat Coyne, though. Am I wrong?
Sure, it is, Chief.
A little bit, but I mean, it's got a lot of Leo DiCaprio in him.
So that's Logan who?
DiCaprio.
Is his brother?
No, it's just a joke that it's a discount DiCaprio. We're going to have another one, so get ready.
All right, so.
That's discount Samantha Jackson.
No, that is Samuel L.
That really is.
Hey, I mean, her chiclet's on the bottom.
No, that's her teeth.
That's her gum.
That's her bottom lip.
That's not her lip.
Yes, it is.
She's been eating on a hair curler.
I think she probably has smoked a heater or two.
Yep.
Mark Davis looks like microwave John Gruden.
That is true.
That is so true. So Disney hired some little people, quote unquote, to dress as Pinocchio and wave at people at the premiere of Pinocchio. They left them on a balcony with enough food and wine for the day, but by late afternoon they were all naked. The costumes were too hot, drunk, and screaming swear words at people.
Also with that.
Hey, watch me lie.
Please, let me sit down.
Hey,
tell me another lie.
For a $1 billion, $1 trillion company, Disney is, they take some.
Lance hit some, miss some.
I mean, they do just take some shots.
This was what, the 50s? 40s when that came
It's
out?
either the late 30s or 40s.
Yeah.
And that was the last one.
Oh, that's good, Rockstar. Good
That's
finish
really
right
good.
there.
Really good. I mean, way to save the good stuff for start of year 3, Rockstar. Really good stuff.
You've been holding on to that for 6 years.
Brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, LT.
Yeah, partner with our friends at Mortgage Right. We've been with them since day one here on our venture. Great guys. They're going to take care of you. They know buying a house is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That is why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right. Again, you can visit one of their local locations, Highway 280, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
No secret, College Game Day is going to be in town week 2 of the college football season in Tuscaloosa, right?
Yeah, I don't see anywhere else you'd go. It's a top 10 matchup.
It's Alabama, Texas. It's prime time on with Herb Street and Fowler doing the play-by-play, and Pat McAfee announcing this week he's going to be in town doing his show Friday from Tuscaloosa, and then he's part of Game Day on Saturday, and we'll be doing a simulcast on Saturday night of the Alabama-Texas game. So no real surprise there that is coming in. But we talked earlier about the Alabama quarterback situation. No question who the quarterback will be when Texas comes to town. It'll be Quinn Ewers, one of the favorites for the Heisman. But as Brown pointed out yesterday, and we won't give you the exact numbers, but he pointed out, and I didn't realize this, Quinn wasn't very good stat-wise the last 4 or 5 games of the year.
Oh, no, he wasn't.
Struggled down the stretch.
Did not approach 200 yards passing. Hard to flip from those 5 games and be a Heisman Trophy contender, in my opinion.
I don't know about that. I mean, go back and look at Joe Burrow's 2018 numbers. That's all I would say.
Okay, let's do that when we come back right here on the next round, brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch and dinner and for all your tailgates. Go by and see Sterling and the crew. Great folks right there at champyschicken.com. Back in a moment.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the next round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville. Hey. Hey. Call me mid-sentence here, Rockstar. Hey.
Who you saying hey to?
I was about to tell Rockstar something in the talkback, and I said, hey, and he clicked the owner.
All right. Boy, a lot of people are really interested in what's coming up.
I am. I'm interested in announcing it.
Okay, we're going to try to hit it exactly at 12 noon, okay?
Don't want to disappoint.
Quick segment here. Brought to you in part by our friends at Wade to Wellness. Boy, Leslie and her board-certified team, they got to get to work tomorrow on me because I've wolfed down 3 celebratory donuts today.
One day's not going to kill you, Jimmy.
Yeah, you said you weren't going to worry about it today.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm eating my excitement today with the donuts as our anniversary.
You got 6 in you.
You think I can eat 6 more?
Oh, yeah, I know you can.
It's good donuts, part of the celebration up here, chicken minis and everything else. As we finish year 2 and we're into year 3, Way to Wellness has been with us forever as well. Leslie and her board-certified team can help you with weight loss, control your blood pressure, your cholesterol, or anything. Just go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That takes you to Way to Wellness, where you can learn more about their life-changing Unique plan for you. No cookie cutter plan. Every plan is different. No contracts, no sign up fees, and the first consultation is absolutely free. It's our friends at Way to Wellness. The website again, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. By the way, all the folks in the chat room right now, do us a favor. If you're watching it on YouTube, go hit that thumbs up button that likes it. That helps us with everything we do up here.
I know you guys are getting blown up as well, but
Yep.
I just wanted to read a couple of texts. First, I will take one option off the table because he has texted saying, "What in the hell are you guys about to announce?" That is Clay Travis.
Clay did that.
Yeah. The other...
Tell Clay we're running for the Republican nomination. We're on our way to Iowa.
I didn't even tell him what we were doing. I gave him a little hint, but I really didn't. So our buddy Kyle says, "Hey, my man, just wanted to say congratulations on year 3. You guys are one of the few things I miss about being in Birmingham.
Oh.
Thank God I can listen from wherever."
That's right. We go everywhere, man. You can take us anywhere in the world, not just Birmingham. So we're not going to Outkick? Is that what you told me?
We are not going to Outkick.
Okay, no
Take it over.
teases, no teases. I hate teases. All right. So here we go.
So the biggest announcement in company history coming up. Oh, I'm sorry, it was tease.
Top of the hour here in just a second. You've got the Joe
I
Burrow
do.
numbers from 2018 before his Heisman Trophy winner in season in 2019 to sort of compare to where Quinn Ewers has to go from his average year last year to being a Heisman Trophy winner this year.
I think it might surprise you a little bit that his last 4 games, his touchdown and interception was 9-1.
Does not surprise me because that's what I base my whole philosophy on in the offseason. It's how good he looked the last 4 games.
Well, I mean, that looks good. It doesn't look great.
9-1. I mean,
2
that's-
touchdowns a game.
Yeah, I mean, it rose.
That's not a lot in college football.
It rose a little bit every game against Arkansas. So here are his last 4 games against Arkansas: 71% completion percentage, 195 pass yards, 1 touchdown, no pick. Next game against Rice, 71.4% again, 307 yards this time, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Next game on the road at A&M. That Arkansas game was also on the road, the first one I mentioned. At A&M, 65.8 completion percentage. Remember, this is the billion overtime game. 270 pass yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. And then the bowl game against UCF, which a lot of people look back now at his coming out party, 61.8% completion percentage, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, 394 pass yards. His last 4 games, he played pretty good football for them.
Yeah. Just the opposite of what Quinn Ewers did last year.
Okay, but again,
now there was a lot of average play in the middle, Lance. And really at the start too.
But I've got to say this: Quinn Ewers was pretty nicked up all of last year. I'm just talking about what were the final numbers for Joe Burrow from 18?
57.8% completion percentage.
Okay, so Quinn Ewers had a better completion percentage.
2,894 yards.
Quinn Ewers was less on that, about 2,200
Yeah,
yards.
but to be fair now, Quinn Ewers missed 3 games and Burrow played an entire season. 16 touchdowns.
15 touchdowns for Ewers.
5 picks.
6 picks for Ewers.
So a lot alike, really. I mean,
Yeah.
if you gave Ewers those other 3 games, it's probably an identical stat line.
Yeah, very close.
Yep.
As is.
So you're saying...
I'm just saying, just because you don't look consistent throughout an entire season and you dominate doesn't mean that you can't have that year the next year.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that they've got the magic in the Joe Brady magic in the bottle, or the Joe Burrow, or the Jamar Chase, or the Justin Jefferson. I don't know if they got that magic in the bottle at Texas, but they got a lot of good personnel on offense.
I would also say that it's important to have some marquee wins, like winning week 2 at Alabama, to sort of get that momentum going towards a Heisman Trophy.
And remember,
season
Texas had some tough games early in that 19 season. And I know you guys will give me this. Sark is a better play caller than Joe Brady or Steve Ensminger. So you've already got a better play caller. You've got, I mean, I'm not going to say Burrow wasn't confident. Ewers is a very confident kid. I don't know if you've got the weapons, though. You've got great receivers on Texas, but I don't think you've got what you had at LSU.
Speaking of having to win in Tuscaloosa, from Saturday down south, Michael Hanich writes today, last 5 years, the record for every SEC team at home. You want to take a guess at Alabama? They played 33 games in 5 years.
I would say at home in the last 5 years, out of 33 games, Alabama is 29-4.
I would go 31-2.
32-1. The only
LSU.
loss
was LSU, huh?
to Joe Burrow and LSU that we're talking about. What
My
about
apologies.
Georgia in those 5 years?
They've got a loss to South Carolina there, but that's the only one right offhand I can remember.
And they would not count the cocktail party, right?
Yeah, they've got 29 games.
29, so I'll go 28-1.
28-1.
It's that South Carolina game's the only one, right?
Last 5 years, 32-1 for Alabama, 28-1 for Georgia at home. LSU and Florida are next with 6 losses. LSU 26-6, Florida's 25-6. Texas A&M, they've lost some big games in Kyle Field, but they're 25-7 there in Texas A&M. Kentucky, a cool 26-9 at Commonwealth, now known as Kroger Field, or maybe Aldi before the day's over with. I don't know what Aldi's buying today.
They bought Winn-Dixie today.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, I have never spent much time in Aldi, but people swear by that.
I've
joint.
never walked in an Aldi.
Yeah,
I've never been in an Aldi either. So, all right. When we come back, the big announcements. That's coming up. Our friends at New York Butcher Shop leads us to the top of the hour right here. Great place to start your weekend or your tailgates off with the best cuts of meat in town.
Yeah, look, and if you're having a celebration, get an NC Jim and the guys, because I'm telling you, it's the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for you and your family. Ready to heat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations, Highway 119 in Greystone, the original in Cava Heights. New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Hey, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spas and tell them the Next Round sent you. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
It's time for the Ultimate Football Season Kickoff Party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of our live Wednesday show now, as we celebrate our second anniversary today, hence the balloons and all the snacks out in the lobby, and we appreciate everybody who has sent their well wishes today. We started year 3 today, and I won't speak for anyone else, but proud of what we've done in 2 years and excited about the future.
Yeah, this is, year 1 was amazing. And year 1, I think we way exceeded our expectations.
No doubt about it.
And year 2, we really settled into this thing. And now year 3, I think we finally have the vision we want.
Yep. I tell people all the time, they say, has it exceeded your expectations? I said, I didn't know what to expect, but absolutely it's exceeded my expectations. Yeah. I do know that.
I share some of the financial success that we had even the first 6 months with some of my friends who own their businesses. And they were amazed at some of the things we were able to accomplish financially in 6 months and 18 months. And we're excited about what comes next. That includes a bunch of great listeners and viewers. And some of you only get us audio-wise. Some of us, video only. Some of you mix and match wherever you're going. So thank you to them. And thank you to all of our sponsors, like our friends at Michelson, who brings you this big announcement coming up.
Yeah, Michelson, we go back over 20 years ago when I decided to get the LASIK procedure done. He came on with me, terrestrial radio. We've been friends since. I've sent 1 million people there. And it's because I truly believe in this. I've gotten in passionate conversations about my LASIK procedure at parties, at events we've done. But trust me, if you're in the market for LASIK, you need to make the phone call that I made, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to come out, or you can come out. They're going to give you that free consultation. You got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
So this is going to take a few minutes as we roll through this. We've got a couple of things to share with you, and it all starts with this right here.
Guys, John Lunsford here from Double Down Media and the Next Round. When we first started this company, we had a lot of things to figure out. We had to figure out our office space. We had to figure out our sales plan, our business plan. We had to try not to get in trouble with our former employer. But more on that in the 13-part documentary series, coming soon. But no, I want to talk about something different today. I want to talk about a new beginning for us. A new beginning for us as a company. A new beginning for us as a show. Is this thing on? From Dunaway, Brown, and LT, to the back room with Rockstar, Scott, Tyler, Tim, Taylor, and myself, to sales and business with Kelsey, David, and Reed. We wanted to go into our 3rd year and create the best possible company to create incredible content and moments with you, our awesome viewers and listeners. When we left radio, it was a gamble, but a gamble that has paid off in a big way. We named our company Double Down Media, first to signify us doubling down on ourselves and spelling it DBL for Dunaway, Brown, and LT, our flagship show to get our LLC filed and get our business started and growing. Since then, we have been disrupting the way the media game is played, not only in Birmingham, but across the Southeast and the country. Look, many predicted this. Double Down Media was only going to last for 2 years. And I gotta say, they're right. But we're only getting started. Introducing Disrupt Media, a new rebrand of our company that truly signifies what we're doing and what we are building, changing the game as we see best for us and for you. Moving forward, we wanted to have a name that truly encompassed everything we are doing here, from our flagship show, The Next Round, to all the amazing stuff in the works for the 2023 football season and beyond. We're continuing to disrupt things and grow bigger than we ever thought we could be. How else will we disrupt the future of media? Stay tuned to find out.
So the first thing that is going to happen is we're going to launch a brand new YouTube channel. It will still include this show. It is the Disrupt YouTube channel, but It will not only include this show, it's going to include a lot more than that. For us to do that, one of the things we are going to have to do is shorten this show. It is a 4-hour daily show. Starting Monday, it will be a 3-hour daily show. Still live. We're going to do 9 to noon every day, 3 hours. But that does not mean you are getting less from us. In fact, it means you are getting more from us. We just got to make the room for the three of us and everyone else in the back room to be able to pull that off. And what are we pulling off? In the next 20 minutes, you're going to find out as we're going to unveil an entire cast of new shows that you will get right here with Disrupt Media.
So the next round is one show, part of Disrupt Media. So let's start meeting the lineup that's going to fill up the rest of the show.
I see one right now.
We got the first one up. He's in an airport in Charlotte, North Carolina. Everybody welcome from the SEC Network, Peter Burns. Burnsy.
Peter.
What's up, boys? Yeah, in fact, I just got a notice that they said I'm boarding my flight. So I swear to God, if I miss this flight for you boys, it's going right on the expense report. Like, right, the first item line on Disrupt Media is going to be a new flight to the BMW Championship. But I mean, thank God only 4 hours for you guys anymore. And that actually you can have some more fun in that last hour with us.
Yeah. All right. Burnout is the name of the show. I'll be hosting it with Peter Burns. You are going to get Burnout everywhere you get us on demand. You'll get it on our YouTube channel. You'll get it on audio on demand. We're going to talk a lot of SEC and have fun, maybe even a little bit of golf. Burnsy just mentioned he's going to the BMW Championship. So he and I both have a great love for golf.
It's gonna be fun, man. Yeah, again, like just the idea, and honestly, a lot of times when I'm done with my show over on SEC Network, I'll tune in for you guys in the afternoon and be like, all right, what did I miss on my show? So now what I'll do basically is still all the content that I didn't work out, kind of like how like when a comedian goes and like plays like the small rooms, I'll save all of the really good stuff for when we come on and do Burnout. So I'm fired up for it. I mean, you guys know, like anytime that I come in here, like Birmingham is near and dear to my heart, but it's just bigger than that because you guys, you know, I love the idea because it's what I did like almost a decade ago.
Yep, bet on yourself.
I didn't like the job that I was doing, and I was like, I got to go bet on myself and do it. So I've been championing you guys from day one, and like any opportunity to finally get on board, here it is. And now I'm wondering who else is joining into the mix. That's what I need to kind of know.
Coming up. You go catch your flight.
Yeah, we'll send you text. Buy that Wi-Fi on your flight. We'll keep feeding you information over the next 30 minutes. Okay.
Fired up for, boys. I can't wait.
All right.
Welcome to the family.
Yeah, Peter Burns, part of the family. That's just a small part. In fact, we're not even announcing everything today. We're just getting started here. The next round, to answer some questions here in the chat room, the next round is not going anywhere. Next round's not going anywhere. We're still doing this show every single day. We got to cut it back an hour to do some of this.
Logo will stay the same. Gear's going to stay the same.
Yep. Oh, now they're starting to guess who's next.
9 to 12. Peter Burns is the batting leadoff today in our batting order. Next up, we will get to item number 2 after Brownie tells us about our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
They want you to see America at Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. I got some fresh new specials from Johnston RV Center here, Jimmy Dunaway. Johnston RV Center right now, you can get the #1 Cherokee. They're the #1 Cherokee dealer in the state. And you get the Cherokee Gray Wolf, the Alpha Wolf, Fifth Wheels, Cherokee Arctic Wolf, toy haulers like the Wolf Pack. Cherokee offers some great things for everyone at an incredible value. Multiple floor plans to choose from, payments starting at just $199 a month, and that great military discount for all active duty and retired military personnel. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Before we started this format, we were in morning radio. And when we started this, my only negative for 2 football seasons was that Monday morning, when people was driving to work on Monday morning, the interaction, the conversation, the opportunity to put the weekend of college football into perspective before you walked into school or the workplace, right?
Right.
So let's see if we can fill that hole.
All right, so the next announcement is a live 7 a.m. Central Time, of course, Monday morning show every single Monday through football season with Dunaway. And in addition to that, 2 more shows with this next person, one with Lance, one with me, We've announced Peter Burns. Our next announcement, a new show coming to this platform, is ESPN's Tom Luganbill. Lugs, what's up?
Boys, how we doing, man?
Fantastic. How are you, Lugs?
I am so good, guys. I can't tell you how excited I am about this. I feel like I think back, I'm going almost 19 years at ESPN, and I still have such fond memories of when we all started kind of together on radio, and the reason why it was so much fun is because it wasn't always football, it wasn't always serious, right? We're just having a good time.
One thing I missed about when we started this was that Monday morning, like I was saying, and we will have a show live at 7 a.m. Central every Monday morning. You'll know the score and you'll know the stats by then, but Luganbill's biggest asset, I think, as a broadcaster, he can take things and big picture it. He can break it down, but he also big pictures what we just saw in the games on Saturday. So that show will be called, very simply, Monday Morning Live with Tom Luganbill. So Monday Morning Live with Tom Luganbill, and a big picture look at what we saw on Saturdays and what we'll be working on Monday morning, right, Luke's?
Absolutely, and it's great for me, too. Coming off the weekend, I'll be just getting back in from my game. I will have just been finishing up with SiriusXM on Sunday, recapping the whole entire weekend, and then really starting off the week the way you should, right? What's the reaction? What's the knee-jerk reaction? What's the biggest takeaway? What's the impact on the coming week and the matchups of the coming games? So I think that Monday morning window, man, it's an awesome time. It's an awesome time frame as we prepare for college football each week.
Now, you're one of the best we've ever had on technically, and always enjoy that, always enjoy the knowledge. For whatever reason, I agree with you almost 99% of the time, but you mentioned it. It's not just football. We talk a lot of other stuff, and you and I love entertainment, specifically TV shows, movies. You text me this past Saturday night about a new TV show you and your wife are watching. So I'm excited about you and I hitting this on our weekly show, but at the same time, we can take deep dives into entertainment.
Absolutely. I think that's what makes this thing so much fun is, sometimes I think when you're in the profession that we're in whatever medium it is, whether it's television, radio, a combination of both, podcasting, live streaming, whatever it may be, I think sometimes we can get I don't want to call it a negative, but there's a certain level of a fan may think, well, you're only football or you're only basketball and that you don't live any other part of your life outside of what your profession is, because our profession is very public, right? And I think that anybody that really truly knows me knows that I'm a huge pop culture guy, huge superhero guy, love TV shows, love movies, love talking movie quotes, love ranking stuff. And that's my escape from sports. That's my escape from football. Some people will go play golf, or some people will go and come up with something else to do to separate. If I'm going to try and find, I'm not kidding around, Lance, if there is a time of the week where I have a 2 to 3 hour period where I just need a break, I need to step away from the film, or I need to step away from the radio, or I need to just step away from any writing, I'll go to the movies. Literally just go to the movies. And people say, dude, wait, you go to the movies by yourself? I'm like, well, you can't talk to anybody while you're in there. What does it matter if you go by yourself?
I'm with you 100%. I have no problem going to movies by myself. Our employee number 12, Tim Melton, he goes to movies by himself all the time. And hey, the other night I watched Interstellar for the first time. I watched Eastern Promises, last night for the second time. But I'm a movie freak like you. I try to get a movie a day.
Dude, how great was Interstellar, dude?
Interstellar was great. We were talking about Christopher Nolan this morning and just his immense passion, and really just almost I don't know. It's almost like I don't want to say a hobby, but his love for time and the essence of time is just, and it's got every theme in every film he's done has got that time concept.
I just don't know how he knows how he gets all the writing and gets it figured out and comes to a conclusion that kind of everybody can grip. Now I say that, but I wasn't a big fan of Tenet. It's the only movie he's made that I wasn't all on board on. But everything else he's done, I mean, if you don't think he's brilliant, go watch Memento.
Oh, it was the first I ever saw. I was talking to Tim about that this morning. So our show is going to be Spittin' Lugs.
A great name for a show.
With Tom Luganbill.
Yep.
I'll give credit to Jim Dunaway because he's going to own it.
Yep.
He's the one that came up with that title.
By the way, full disclosure, I've had no say in what any of this is called.
Yeah,
so
but
I'm just along for the ride.
You got to love it, though, right? Spittin' Lugs? That's a great name for a show.
Absolutely.
Yes. Spittin' Lugs, and then Luganbill and I will talk a little more SEC football and the National College Football picture looking ahead after he and Dunaway have looked back. We're just calling that ball, man. We're just talking ball. Me and Tom Luganbill talking about dudes wearing our dunks, talking ball, X's and O's. So we'll do that every week. People are asking, is this behind a paywall? Nope, everything free, just as always. It will be available wherever you get your audio podcast, and it is going to be on YouTube as well. The Dunaway and Luganbill part will be live on the stream also.
That's right. So you can listen to us on your drive into work as well. So you'll get the audio stream for that as well and the video. So it'll be on the video channels, all of them, and on your audio platforms, TuneIn Radio, on your CarPlay, or the Next Round app, wherever you get the live stream for that. So it is Monday Morning Live, 7 a.m. Central, 8 Eastern, as you watch us around the country. And we'll do an hour or so of talking live reaction to college football, then Spitting Lugs, sort of a little mix of football and entertainment, and then a look ahead to the upcoming season simply called Ball.
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 All right, Lugs, we're pumped to have you on the team, man. It's been a long relationship, and it's only growing here.
Absolutely, guys. I'm really, really proud to be a part of it and excited. I think we'll have such a good time. And by the way, don't be rookies now. You have to announce that when we start is this coming Monday.
That is right. Luganbill is correct. This coming Monday morning, 7 a.m.
That's right. So
7 a.m.
We'll be getting ready for that.
Yeah.
We start this Monday, and we'll be getting ready for week 0. So no games to react to this weekend, but we'll be looking ahead to week 0 and sort of what we saw through camp. So that'll be happening this week on Monday Morning Live.
Yep. All right, Lugs. Thanks, buddy. See you Monday.
Take care, guys.
All right, boys. That is Tom Luganbill. That was number 2, Peter Burns, Tom Luganbill. Again, a lot of the questions in the chat room here, a lot of questions in the chat room, but you should know our show is going nowhere. Our show is shortening by an hour, but the next round is still the next round, right?
Yeah.
9 to 12 every day.
And as you've learned by now, we may be taking away 1 live hour of us, but we're adding a lot more than those hours back on the other side.
That's right. And we've got a lot more to get to in the next 42 minutes.
Yep.
But I will tell you, looking at the grid, because we were looking at it again Monday, of everything we've got every day, trust me, the content is going to double.
Yeah. At least.
Is it a little I mean, when we go look at the grid back there, I mean, it's crazy looking at everything that is coming up.
Yeah, I just remember Tim going, you've got a really busy Monday.
Yeah, we do have a very busy Monday.
What's next, Brownie?
Well, we're going to continue announcing some shows. So let's talk to Neil McCready. Neil McCready is with us now.
Oh!
Neil McCready and Tyler Siskey. Neil, obviously, has covered the SEC for a very long time. Tyler Siskey on Nick Saban's staff, several other staffs in the Southeastern Conference. And Neil, you and Tyler have been doing a show already. It's coming under our umbrella now, and you guys talk to all the coaches, a lot of SEC football. It's a really, really fun show.
Yeah, it's a really fun show. Tyler is probably one of the very few people who can say that he has he's coached with the Alabama coach. He's coached under Saban. He's coached under Freeze. He coached at South Alabama on the field. He was a wide receivers coach at South Alabama. He was the recruiting coordinator here with Matt Luke those years. And then after that happened, I won't tell everything because I'm not sure how much of this Tyler would want to be public, but he was getting ready to join another SEC staff. And then the pandemic hit, which probably turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to him because he started QuickU, which is it's kind of a software package that facilitates and makes easier the recruiting process for college football programs. He's got 60 some odd schools that have signed up. Alabama's one of his clients. Georgia's a client. Auburn's a client. South Alabama, Troy, all of those guys are clients of his. So it's really made the show a lot of fun because we were able to get a lot of those coaches on. Tyler knows all those people on levels beyond, like media, like we know people. He's worked with them. He's been in those rooms, and we've I guess we'll tape tomorrow. We'll tape our 95th show, and when we join you guys next week, that'll be show number 96. So we're pretty established at this point.
Well, Neil, when we bring you on, our listeners and viewers expect to hear Ole Miss football because that's what you mainly cover. You get maybe typecast with that, but we know, just talking to you, that you know all college football. So I would assume this is exciting for you to be able to branch out and not just talk Ole Miss football.
Yeah, Lance. I mean, look, I'm trying to always figure out how I want to say this. I mean, I've enjoyed covering Ole Miss. It's been a great place to raise our kids and all of those things. But you're right. People sort of shoehorn you into, oh, you're just an Ole Miss guy. And it's like, no, I cover Ole Miss. I've covered other places before. I have interest, obviously, outside of Ole Miss. So for me, the opportunity to put this on you guys' platform and let it grow is super exciting. And I mean, I told you guys this when I was in Nashville, and you guys were kind enough to have me on. I mean, I've known about the next round before it was even the next round. I knew you guys were thinking about it and talking about it, and I've watched y'all grow. And as someone who has sort of tried to do the same thing with my podcast network, the success that you've had in 2 years it's remarkable. And so I'm thrilled to be a small part of the family.
All right, McCready and Siskey, 3 days a week on, again, all these platforms, YouTube under our Disrupt Media YouTube channel, and also on audio podcast. McCready and Siskey, they do a tremendous job talking football. They'll have some great coaches on there. It'll be a very entertaining show. And again, 3 days a week is what they're bringing you, hour to 90-minute shows on college football. So it is going to be really good. We're excited, Neil, and I know you are too, man. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. We'll start at 2 o'clock Central Time, and we do a lot of college football. We'll dive into some NFL as well. I'll have to steer Tyler away from it. He likes MMA and golf a little bit. Sometimes he goes down those rabbit holes, and I'll have to kind of ease him back. But yeah, it'll be a lot of fun.
Yep. All right. So we start that next week. So make sure you got your alerts set, and they'll do it live there, so you can comment with them live at 2 o'clock. Neil, thank you, man. We're looking forward to it.
Ryan, Jim, Lance, I am too. Thanks so much for having me.
All right, buddy. Take care. That is McCready and Siskey. Just one of the announcements. We are not finished here. We're going to make some more announcements, but that is going to be a fun show. Again, as he said, Tyler's contacts in that business are tremendous. That guy knows a lot of people and is well connected in the college football world.
So already Peter Burns with the Burnout. Tom Luganville, Monday morning live starting this Monday at 7 a.m., Spittin' Lugs and Ball. Neil McCready and Tyler Siskey. And we're not even halfway done yet.
We're not halfway done. You want to keep going? Do we want to keep going? Let's keep going. Our next show, this is a show that is going to talk a ton of college football and a little bit of the NFL. And it might focus on the left coast just a little bit because this guy played a little football out there on the left coast. He is one of your favorites anytime he's come on the show. So to have a weekly show with him is going to be incredible. We love him too. Please welcome in Fox Sports, Brock Heward. Hello, Brock. How are you today?
Hey, how about that? We get one more year of football on the left coast. And then it falls so let's do it.
I am so excited.
Let's make 23 worthwhile. Let's make it happen.
Brock, I brought this story up to you years ago. You've been coming on our show, I think, for about 5 years now. The first time you sat down with us, SEC Media Days, and I've forgot the exact year. But a couple of times after that, when you came on, I reminded you of when I was a college freshman or sophomore, and I would read the USA Today, and you were a high school senior, and your brother Damon was already an established quarterback, but you were one of the highest recruited quarterbacks in high school football coming out, so USA Today let you do a weekly column. And I remember reading that weekly column, and from me sitting there studying communications in Tuscaloosa to now doing a weekly show with you is really incredible.
Yeah, that was pre-Twitter. That was I think, even email. I think we had to fax my diary entry each week back to USA Today. And Mr. Culver, my English teacher, rest in peace, my friend, That was my senior year. I would give him my little script, and Mr. Culver would dot the I's, cross the T's, correct the grammar, would send it out to the USA Today. And it's funny, Jim, man. All these years later, I will still bump into people, and they'll be like, I remember reading about that in your high school dance and your high school girlfriend, and, you know, just all these different stories through the years. And when you think about it, it really was. It was like Twitter, you know, and social media before there was social media. And that was last century. But neat that your memory still, I don't know, almost 30 years later remembers it.
All right. The name of the show will be called Unlocked.
Unlocked with Brock Heward.
With Brock Heward, and LT will be driving that show there on a weekly basis. And what a great year for West Coast quarterbacks, too. It won't be just a West Coast show, but, man, that Pac-12 quarterback scene is jam-packed.
Well, isn't it just apropos that the final year of the Pac-12 is going to be, at least preseason-wise, going into it, one of their best. 5 teams in the top 18 in the AP poll. That conference, quarterback-wise, stretches deeper with experience, top-end talent, middle-tier talent, even young, intriguing guys more than any other conference in America heading into this season, and some pretty darn good quality coaching as well. So there will be storylines galore. And if this is going to be the last you know, the last call, the last dance, what was Michael Jordan's last dance? This will be the last dance of everything that I've known about the Pac-10 and the Pac-12. It should be a very entertaining dance loaded with a lot of storylines for Lance and I to hit.
All right, Lance and Brock Heward, weekly 1-hour show where you get your audio podcast on YouTube as well. Unlocked, Brock Heward, Lance Taylor talking some college football and some NFL. Brock, you know you're one of our favorites, not just us, but the audience as well. So we're pumped about this. Can't wait to get it started.
Well, so am I. Y'all reached out and could not be more thrilled. We've tried in the past to do something a little more regularly. It didn't work out, and really glad it did this time around. So looking forward to it. And them Seahawks beating the Rams week 1. Sorry, Lance. See you guys.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. All right. Thank you, Brock. We'll see you. All right. That is the great Brock Heward. So just to recap, Peter Burns, once a week, the Burnout, Peter Burns. Tom Luganbill live every single Monday morning, 7 to 8, Luganbill and Dunaway, Monday morning live. Then during the week, Spittin' Lugs with LT and Tom Luganbill, Ball with me and Tom Luganbill, Neil McCready and Tyler Siskey, McCready and Siskey 3 days a week under our Disrupt Media YouTube channel. And then you just heard Unlocked with Brock Heward there. That is coming up once a week talking, and you'll touch on some NFL, but a lot of West Coast football, and just national football as well. It's a Big Ten too.
Well, yeah, look, we'll be all over the place, but, you know, there will be, and you guys have probably noticed this over the years, when Brock comes on, we'll talk a lot of, you know, SEC, Big 12, Big 10, but I always throw in that Pac-12 question, and I think it really is intriguing. He mentioned 5 of the top 18 teams preseason in the AP, Pac-12 teams, but the ability to really talk about that conference on its way out is going to be a lot of fun.
Okay, so we're not done yet. And again, we can't even make all the announcements today because we have Alabama lineman Tyler Booker coming up a little bit later on. So you'll have to tune back in tomorrow to get even more announcements on the show. This is just the change of our company name from Double Down Media to Disrupt Media. It's all being brought to you today on the next round by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. My friend Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the industry. Listen, I've trusted Greg with my roof. A lot of you who watch us and listen to us trust Greg, and you recommend Greg to your friends and your neighbors. We do too. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. It's easy to see why his company is trusted by the insurance companies. Locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife run the company day in and day out. Greg actually gets on your roof for a free, no-cost roof inspection. You can get that free, no-cost, no-obligation roof inspection by calling 205-542-3531. That's 205-542-3531. He'll check out those shingles and a lot more that could cause roof damage if they get loosened or anything. 205-542-3531 for our buddy Greg Nelson. Or you can look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing.
All right, who is next? We're introducing all of our new shows coming up this fall, and what would it be without a little NFL talk? And that is going to be with our guy, Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network. DJ Football is the name of the show. What is up, DJ? How are you?
I'm doing great, boys. This is exciting, man. I got to tell you, though, when I'm learning more about the lineup, and I won't say any names here, but I think I'm hitting in the 8-hole with this setup here. I'm just trying to get us back to the top of the lineup. That's all.
Typical Padres fan, right?
Hey, by the way, don't think it's not lost. We figure out a way to do something together on a weekly basis when the Padres suck, because you guys didn't want me to come on here and just get sidetracked and talk baseball the whole time.
Hey, it's a great time, man, to be an NFL fan with all these great young quarterbacks in the league, right?
Oh, no question. Doing the Charger games has been, so much fun just to obviously just see one team. But, man, it's like every week you look at the schedule, and one week it's Josh Allen, the next week it's Patrick Mahomes, and you got Burrow, you got Lamar Jackson. Like, it's just one week after another where you see another star quarterback. And it's going to be cool to be able to, identify teams with players again, because these are going to be the quarterbacks for these teams for a decade plus.
Well, you've been evaluating these guys for years, but when you looked at the rookie crop this past week, they didn't look good. I mean, I know it was week one, and some of these guys were playing with 2s and 3s and all that. Stetson Bennett, hate to bring him up being the resident Rams fan, he looked as good as any of these other guys. But, I mean, who do you expect to have a solid 17-game season as a rookie?
Well, I would always say, first of all, preseason's a liar. So don't believe anything that you see, good or bad, in preseason. It's it's tricky to read into that. Like, Stetson's a great example. I'm at that game, calling that game, and he could have 3 interceptions on his first drive. But then it does, they don't catch the ball, and then he started to get into rhythm and get hot. But in terms of the guys, that much is expected of, Anthony Richardson's going to run around and make plays. There's going to be really good and there's going to be really bad. It's going to be kind of a roller coaster ride. But if you're a Colts fan, I think that'll be fun. I'd rather go watch him go out there and make some plays and make some things happen than kind of just spinning your wheels with Gardner Minshew, wondering what you have. And that kid just needs to play. He doesn't have a lot of reps. So getting him out there, I think, will be big. Bryce, I thought, played well. I mean, they just got their butts kicked up front by the Jets D line. So that's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Their offensive line has to play better, but I didn't think it looked big. It didn't look too big for him. And then Stroud had the boo-boo early with the interception, and then kind of I thought he settled in, after that, and he was fine. So, it's going to be intriguing to watch all these guys as we go through the year. I think Will Levis is stuck behind Malik Willis at this point in time, so I don't imagine we're going to be seeing, too much of him this fall.
One thing I love about DJ Football every week, I'll never have to worry about the Houston Texans trying to leave their division to join the NFC North. There's no realignment talk. So we'll only talk football on DJ Football, right?
Yeah, but it's a lot harder to get your team good, man. You can't just scoop up, 35 guys from a different team, and all of a sudden you got a brand new squad here. I saw it. Shoot, by the way, have we dug into the top 25 that came out or whatever? Are we buying? It's a lot of Pac-12 on there. I don't know if this is like a swan song thing or if there are actually, that many good teams out here.
Out with a bang, man. Out with a bang.
I'm buying Pac-12.
Yeah. Look at
they got quarterbacks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Look at DJ stepping in Brock Heward's territory there, talking a little Pac-12, just trying to.
Who is that? What was his name?
All right. Every single week, NFL with Daniel Jeremiah. It's DJ Football. It's going to be available wherever you get your audio podcast. We're going to drop it on video. Just like all these other shows, every single week throughout the season, we're going to talk football and maybe even some draftable players with Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network, at Move the Sticks on Twitter. DJ Football is the show that we'll have right here on our Disrupt YouTube channel. All right, DJ, we're pumped, man. Have a good flight.
No, I'm pumped to be here. And by the way, you didn't explain the rules about how it really is like The Bachelor, right? So I just got to beat Heward out, and then he's gone by week 3. Is that how this works?
Yeah, we'll see who's standing at the end. Good news for you, the NFL season is longer, so we got more content with you.
Exactly. Thank you. All right, boys. This is going to be a fun fall. Look forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Absolutely. 2 announcements in airports.
I know
today.
We got them flying, man.
On the move.
And
man.
it's Wednesday, right?
I know.
I thought those guys' travel days were like Mondays and Fridays.
Everybody got to fly.
Yeah, quick break from our announcements, but
We're not done.
More announcements coming up after we talk a little college football with one of the members of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Let's go to Tuscaloosa. Tyler Booker, the Alabama offensive lineman, joining us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. As the parade continues. Tyler, welcome in. How are you today, man?
I'm great. How are y'all? Thanks for having me.
Man, we appreciate you coming on, and we played a cut from you earlier talking about getting that back to that dominant edge on that offensive line at Alabama through a few weeks of camp. Do you see it right now from that O-line?
Yes, sir. I definitely see it. We're still working out some of the kinks as far as technique goes, but the thing that encourages me the most about my group is how intense we are, how we come to practice ready to compete and battle. We go to war every day. So that mindset, we can't lose. The technique and stuff will come, but the fact that we have that dominating attitude every day is what gets me going.
You know, I know after losses, it was upsetting to hear Alabama fans being critical of the team, but was it even more upsetting when you would hear last year that this offensive line just isn't like the offensive lines 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago?
It was a little upsetting, but fans are always going to have their opinion. You know, at the end of the day, we have to control what we can control, and that's us just performing to our standard, that old school Bama way of play, that run the ball down your throat way of play of Alabama. So we really didn't have that last year, but this year we definitely do, with me stepping up as a leader, with JC stepping up even more as a leader, Seth stepping up even more as a leader. And we all came together and said, look, we got to run the ball. In order to be successful, we have to run the ball, and we have to be dominant at doing that, because that's going to open up the passing game for whoever the quarterback is and all of our great wide receivers.
You know, there's a lot of NFL alums that came from Nick Saban in Alabama, and they're in the NFL now, or they're alums in the NFL that played offensive line right where you are now. We always see receivers coming back or on the phone talking to current Alabama receivers. Do the old O-linemen and you guys, are you guys hooking up? Are they challenging you guys to get back to being nasty?
Yeah, they definitely are. So earlier around the Combine and Pro Day, DJ Fluker was here. He told us some stories about Old Bama and how we just had to have fun. That was his biggest message, just like have fun with it. And he came out to practice a few times, and you could see that he was jumping up and down, like he was ecstatic just to be out there. Like he wanted to get back in the pads. And even earlier than that, Landon Dickerson came, and he told us that we just have to uphold the standard. And I have a personal relationship with Evan Neal just because of the IMG connection, IMG to Bama connection. So he and I talk every now and then, and he just talks about getting back to that standard.
Tyler,
and I feel like we are definitely on our way to do so.
I apologize for that, Tyler. Tyler Booker is Alabama's offensive lineman. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. There's so much talk about quarterback, and I know you see all those quarterbacks. And Nick Saban always talks about the quarterback winning the room, winning the team, winning the locker room. That's the guy he wants to go with. What does that look like to you? What does it look like when a quarterback wins the locker room?
When a quarterback wins the locker room, it's when he gains the defense's respect. You know, when the defense like, okay, let's be on our P's and Q's. So-and-so is out there now. You know, but that's the thing about this quarterback race. Everybody's getting that respect, you know, and it might sound cliche, but it's a really hard race, you know. But the thing that we have to do as an offensive line is continue to support that quarterback, give him time, whoever's back there, and give him the best chance to succeed, you know. But everybody in that room is really battling together, you know, battling to get better.
You know, I'm not going to ask you a name, obviously, but you're in the huddle, and you can see when a quarterback takes command and gives that eye contact, and he's one of these guys that's really comfortable. I know you guys really don't huddle anymore.
That's true. When's the last time they've been in huddle?
Hey, say you're old without saying you're old. Use the word huddle.
But you know what I'm talking about, Tyler. With that said, do you think that you have a gut feel of who that starting quarterback might be? Again, I'm not going to ask you a name, but you know, you and JC, and you mentioned Seth, if you guys were sitting around having dinner tonight, do you think you guys probably could figure out who that guy is right now?
Not yet. And that's really not our decision. Our our job here is to give that quarterback time and give him confidence that whenever he drops back and whenever he hands the ball off, it's going to be a big play because we're doing what we're supposed to do. But as you mentioned, that look that you get whenever we're in the huddle, only on goal line, it seems, that's real. Like Bryce had that look. Bryce made you feel comfortable. Bryce made you feel like, okay, we're going to win this game because Bryce is back there. And I'm just looking for whoever in that room gives me that look. And we haven't seen it yet, but I see the potential in a lot of those guys.
Which statement is true at this point in camp? Nick Saban chews the ass of every position group, or he chews the ass of the defensive backs more than everyone else? Which is more true? Because he didn't play offensive line. He played DB, and he was really good at it. So is he chewing on them more than he's chewing on everyone else, or is it equal?
Oh, my gosh, those DBs, those are his babies. Those are his prized possessions. You know, they can do no wrong in his eyes. So we always – whenever Coach Saban's a little upset, we always get the flack from that. But, yeah, there's a lot of great DBs in that room, so – He does hold them to a high standard, but that's a running joke on our team that those DBs are his babies. He always looks out and protects them.
A few more moments with Tyler Booker. So who's more intimidating, your high school coach Pepper Johnson, NFL great, or Nick Saban? Which one intimidated more?
Oh, my gosh. You gave me a good one. So I'll probably say Coach Saban just because Coach Pep, he and I were really close. I'm close with Coach Saban as well, but Coach Saban, he just goes and goes and goes, you know. But I'm not gonna lie, I like getting him to that point. Like whenever we're in team run and we're beating up on the defense, he's like, "What's going on?" He'll try to find a reason why we're beating up on the defense, and you know what? It'll just be our day. So I like getting Coach Saban mad. That makes my day.
Tyler, I've spent many summer days in Tuscaloosa. It's the hottest place on earth on certain summer days. So after a long practice, what do you do to relax and cool down?
Right to the cold tub. I head right to the cold tub. We shut our bodies off and really get ready for the next day.
Yeah, those cold tubs are legit. I don't know if you've looked at your old high school, but IMG's in Alabaster, Alabama on August 31st, taking on my school, Thompson High School, who's won like every state championship recently, IMG Thompson. You've got a freshman, you got Tony Mitchell on the team. Will there be a bet, IMG versus Thompson? You know, ice cream sandwiches for the winner or something? Will you guys get together and talk a little smack?
They got NIL now. They don't need the ice cream sandwich. They think about hard cash.
Yeah, Tony and I have been talking a good amount of junk. And actually, me and some of the IMG guys have been thinking about going to that game if we have the time. Just because we love giving back, and it's always great to see our coaches and some of our former teammates, and then somebody that I'm really close with, Ellis Robinson. He and I actually grew up together, so to be able to see him play before he goes off to college, that'll be great. But yeah, we've been talking junk since the schedule came out.
So you think you have a chance, is what you're saying?
It's funny that you guys think you have a chance.
I love it. Yeah, don't get distracted driving past all the state championship banners on the way into the arena.
Just be lucky you don't have to see our national championship banner when you come to Bradenton.
I think you took the L there, Jimmy.
He's bigger than me. I'll back down.
Yeah, I would. All right, he's a nice guy, though. He is Tyler Booker, Alabama offensive lineman. Tyler, it's been a pleasure, man. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of camp.
Thank you so much. See y'all soon.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
Thompson by a million.
Oh, thank you, Tyler. Tyler Booker with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. As I mentioned, we are not finished making announcements. Many of you have asked in the chat room, can we read into the players that have appeared on today's show? Maybe you can, maybe you can't, but I can tell you what you'll have. You'll have a channel in the Disrupt Media family that is dedicated to Auburn. You've already seen some of that, War Down Pods. Yep. War Down Pods, it's where you get the Auburn Show with Zach and Blackerby and Brad Law. Village Vice, they've already done a couple of episodes. There'll be more and more from Village Vice. You see Zach and Brad, if you're watching us on video there, their latest episode with Jason Campbell, the former Auburn quarterback, now analyst on the Auburn Network, is up there.
Yeah, and by the way, you go watch that episode. Jason talks a lot about seeing the scrimmage. He's allowed to see the scrimmage this past week. A lot of great intel on that. So explain to me like I'm a first grader on the internet, okay?
Right.
So you're saying Disrupt Media. We may want to get Lunsford's microphone.
Yeah, why don't we get Lunsford's microphone for this part right here?
Lunsford's microphone here too. So you're watching us now and you're saying, all right,
You've changed Double Down Media to Disrupt Media. What does that mean for me? Well, you can go to Disrupt Media, am I right, on YouTube?
Disrupt Media Live is the channel.
Disrupt Media Live.
I'll link it again.
Like and subscribe there. And then we've got these other channels under there like War Damn Pod, where you'll find all of our Auburn content. Now tell us everything else I need to know about that. That's how much I know right now. Talk to me like I have not listened in any of our meetings.
Well, what is it Michael Scott said? Talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old child.
Yeah. Okay, now talk to me like I'm a 3-year-old child. But, yeah, all right. So all the shows that you see on your screen right now, through our Next Round channel, which obviously is where you're watching right now, our Disrupt Media channel, our War Damn Pods channel, and maybe another channel or two, you will be able to find everything there. We'll have everything linked on each channel as well. So like right now, if you go to the Next Round channel, we already have War Damn Pods there. We have our Next Round Gaming channel as well, where you can click on that and it'll take you to those and the content we already have there. So really, once you go to one channel, you should be able to find everything there. And of course, if you ever have any questions, you can reach out on social media, and Taylor, Scott, me, whoever can reach out and help you with that. But everything will be easily accessible, and we will have podcasts. Everybody's been asking in there, and I know y'all said this already, but everything will be podcasted as well in audio form for those who are sticking to the old school audio format. You will have that for you, and you could find that on our website and all your favorite podcast platforms as well.
See, I get asked that all the time. Will y'all put some of your video stuff on audio too? You're telling me all of those pods are also going to be available audio only wherever you get your audio podcasts, like Spotify and Apple and wherever else
Correct.
you get. Okay, that's terrific news so far. As the old guy, I'm caught up on all this. 4 times a week on Village Vice,
That's
Auburn.
right.
3 times a week with McCready and Siskey there.
Yep.
We're live on Monday mornings now with Tom Luganbill. And I would say, what about Alabama?
That's what Ruffum says. So all this Auburn stuff and not Alabama.
Is there more Alabama stuff? Do Bama and Bourbon? Is it back?
Oh, it is back, and you'll find it in the Tide Pods section
Tide
on
Pods.
YouTube. Not just Bama and Bourbon.
Roll Tide Pods.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lunsford. The Roll Tide Pods. That was actually in that meeting. The Roll Tide Pods section on the YouTube channel. Not just Bama and Bourbon, but exclusive content all week long from Alabama, including Jim Dunaway and a guy who may or may not be the analyst on the Crimson Tide Sports Network this fall.
This is new to me.
More on that coming.
I've got another. I got another one.
We got several announcements that have to be made there for that to get in line. But I don't know. You might have seen a name reported that is a analyst on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. We'll have that in the Roll Tide Pods. The Roll Tide Pods portion of our YouTube channel. Plenty of Auburn content in the War Down Pod section. Plenty of Alabama content in the Tide Pod section, the Roll Tide Pod section there on YouTube.
All right. So that's another announcement there. We're also
Bama and Bourbon again. Now you and Aaron still doing Bama and Bourbon, one of our original shows.
We'll be doing it Tuesday, so obviously that wasn't live. It's going to be recorded, and we'll have that thing shot out. That turnaround time last year was quickly, so it'll be sometime on Tuesday.
Yeah. So this is all filling in the content. The 1 hour we took away, we're giving you 80,000 times more of that content, and again, more announcements other than what we're able to do today. Coming up. So also Lance's Lock. We keep rolling along with Lance's Lock as well with the plays, and we'll talk some gambling on some podcasts down the road too with Lance's Lock. So you're ready for a football season coming up. We have that under our umbrella now too.
Yeah, and yes, we actually own Lance's Lock here at Disrupt Media, and we're going to have some announcements on that, some new looks, some new wrinkles with that. That'll be coming up. I think on Monday we're going to be releasing all that.
Oh, wow. More announcements.
Yeah.
Another big announcement on Monday.
Part of the show today being brought to you by one of our great sponsors. It's our friends at Chicken Cock. Tell us about Chicken Cock, the original Bourbon County bourbon back in the late 1800s right there in Paris, Kentucky.
You know, the interesting thing about Chicken Cock is we discovered that through Bama and Bourbon.
That's true.
And
yeah.
then we've got a friend, Ashley Smith, who was actually one of the ambassadors, promoters for Chicken Cock, and she got us hooked up. And now they're a proud sponsor. And you mentioned it, Dunaway Chicken Cock Whiskey, one of the oldest whiskey brands in America, founded in 1856 in Bourbon County, Kentucky, known as the famous old brand. I've got both the bourbon and the rye at the house. You can get those at your local package or ABC stores. Those are the only ones that are carried in Alabama. All the other expressions are available for special order at your local ABC store, or you can order online right now. And for more information, chickencockwhiskey.com.
So let me say this. We will announce our NIL deals in very short order. We've always given them kind of their own stage. We didn't want to get it lost and overwhelm you today. It is overwhelming, I understand, with the announcement of our new company name, the fact that we are shortening this show by an hour, the addition of Peter Burns doing a show with us every week, Luganbill doing 3 shows every week, Brock Heward doing a show with us every week, Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network talking NFL with us for a show every week, Siski and McCready, the Ward Down Pods, the Roll Tide Pods, all those things. So we'll give the NL guys their due coming up very, very soon, but you can probably piece a lot of that together. I will say, how are we able to do this, right? I mean, I'm sure everybody, I've watched the chat room. You guys are like, wow, this is a pretty big leap from just the next round to all of this, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen the chat room yet, so I'm excited to go back and look at the reaction
You'll love
from
it.
everyone.
Yes. Yeah, everybody's pumped. There was a lot of, I think they're overselling this. I haven't seen a whole lot of that in the chat room now. I don't think we oversold anything. We're pumped about this. The reason we can do this, though, is because of you. I mean, without you, again, like we said earlier in the show, this is a complete waste of time, right? But you do not make it a waste of time. You make it very worthwhile. To this tune, we currently have 6 million YouTube views, 7.3 million podcast listens, more than, listen to this number, more than 72 million minutes of content consumed, 72 million minutes, and 3.5 million audio stream starts as well. I remember when we crossed 1 million in the first thing, I think it was podcast downloads, was the first million number we hit. And all I remember, I said, is that a big number, Lunsford? And Dunaway said, Brownie, 1 million of anything is a lot.
Yeah. I've always thought that, 1 million of anything. So when we passed 2 million, I was like,
million pesos?
it's a lot more than one.
It's more than 1,000 pesos. So when we passed 2 million, so you say we've passed 6 million in 2 years.
Yep. I mean, the numbers just continue to
the minutes
amaze.
are stacking up, and the numbers are going. Another thing that you guys were talking over the past few days was about us, selling to so-and-so, selling to so-and-so. At this moment in time, we don't want to work for anybody else. I won't speak for you guys, but at this moment in time, we were not ready to be employees again yet.
I would agree with that. Yeah. I mean, this thing is still growing. We don't know where it's going to go. For enough money, I'm sure I would work for somebody again.
I mean, we're not going to be disingenuous with you.
That's right.
There will potentially, hopefully, come a day we'll sell this to somebody. I mean, that's what most people like to do with their businesses, right?
Yep.
But it is not today. And we laughed. You guys are making, the guesses were amazing, and both honesty and in jest in the chat room and on Twitter. But the two of the most common guesses were Outkick has bought us or On3 has bought us, or we're going to do a show on the SEC Network.
Some Barstool.
Yeah. Some thought that as well.
Portnoy had just bought back.
That's right. He's just bought back, and we've obviously got a small relationship, obviously, with Mincy and some of those guys. We've got a big relationship with Clay and Outkick. We've got a burgeoning relationship with On3 and those guys there. And they are all amazing places. And if ever they bought us one day, we'd be an honor to work for any of them. But that's just not today. I mean, we're not ready to sell this thing. We're still building this thing, man. Yeah. We're still building, and this is part of the building process.
And like I've got guys who work at local TV and run newsrooms that are texting today, and during the announcements, and they were watching, and they were like, wow, so Peter Burns is not only going to work at the SEC Network, he's working with you guys, for you guys, Tom Luganbill and Brock Heward and those guys. And that's just, again, a blessing that those guys trust us enough and have developed a relationship enough with us that they would allow us to sort of share space with them on our platform, and they would put their name under our umbrella. That just means the world to us.
Yeah, and I think it shows you. So first off, our sponsors, listeners, and viewers are the ones that got us to this point. Without any of you guys, we obviously would have flown this thing into the mountain. But because we've done so much content with those guys, they've got a good rapport with us, and they felt very comfortable coming on board and doing this.
Yeah, and, we wanted to grow this and give you guys more. And I think this is a great way to do that with some of the people. And we didn't just randomly select these people, like Lance said. These are all people, when we have guests on, we see your comments in the chat room. We see your feedback on Twitter and Facebook and places like that. We know who you guys really like and really don't like. So we aim for the guys you really like. And I think when Dunaway goes back and reads the chat room, he'll see that these are all really, really popular people. All national voices, all know what they're doing, all know what they're talking about, all entertaining. Most importantly, to us, they all get us and they get you. And that's the thing. We have never had regular guests on this show that don't understand our show and don't want to do it the way we like doing it, right? I mean, that's very important to us when we have guests on. All those guys that you saw today are people that get this show and they're going to approach it the same way we approach it. Otherwise, we'd have never done this.
I don't want to go LeBron here in Miami, but I'm counting more announcements still to come.
Right.
On other shows.
Yeah, I've got a show in mind that people that have been around a while are really going to like.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. That's the one I was thinking about.
Nice little throw.
Yeah.
I'm not going to.
Somebody asked if anybody turned us down. I don't think they did.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe we're not done asking.
You know, one reason? That money spends good. Speaking of which, our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa is part of the show today. We appreciate those folks so much, the great Woodhouse Day Spa.
Yeah, I don't think you guys have met Stuart, the owner, yet. Great dude from New Orleans. He's also got a New Orleans location of Woodhouse. But was talking to him last night about the kickoff party. He's got to fly out Thursday, so unfortunately he's not going to make it. But you know what? You can make it all weekend to the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. You can order gift card online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa right there at the Summit Shopping Center. Tell Stuart and Casey the next round sent you.
So one other thing, in addition to our NIL announcements that we do every year, you guys also know that there are some regulars that join our show during college football. And we'll make those announcements probably next week. And we got some new ones. You notice some of those are actually now doing full shows, so they might not actually appear in the next round on a weekly basis. But the ones that will are ones you very much like. Again, same philosophy. People that get the show and people you like. And I am very excited to make those announcements. I think you'll be excited to hear them as well, in addition to our NIL athletes.
Yeah, and again, I am tickled to death about the Monday morning because I get here early, and just sitting around knowing that a lot of people are driving to work wanting to talk college football in a fun and exciting way, and for us to have that show going on at 7 a.m. now.
But you've got a true purpose. Instead of just impressing us that you get here this early,
that's right.
You'll actually be doing something.
I have a reason to be here other than bring Forrester coffee from when he walks in the door. Works out good. So that's Monday morning live. That'll be live at 7 a.m. across our audio and our video platforms. And again, tomorrow night we celebrate all together, and we hope you come and hang out with us at Walk-Ons. It's important along the journey of life, I think, to take a moment, to take a beat, to step back and celebrate at what you've done, and look back at where you've gone, sort of assess what you've done.
You gonna cry?
And then you look into the future. And that's what we will do together tomorrow night. And you're invited. It's our second anniversary and our third college football kickoff party. And it's tomorrow night at Walk-On Stadium Trace. Right there just off I-459. Starts at 5, but if you can't get there till 6, if you can't get there till 7 or 8, doesn't matter. We'll be there. And the folks at Walk-Ons are fantastic. So that date is saved. August 17th, tomorrow night, 5 o'clock until it's over with. And then we'll all leave there and go to Odie's and watch Rockstar kill Will or whatever the name of your band is.
Every time, yep.
Every single time.
Yeah, so Rockstar will have that tomorrow night at Odie's.
So you are going to Odie's tomorrow night?
I may make it over there. After that, just to see Rockstar sing. He's got that Demi Moore voice working for him today,
Yeah,
so it's good.
It's going to sound good.
Hey, give us a thumbs up on YouTube. 58 subscribers away from 15,000. Get us over 15,000. If you're just lurking and haven't subscribed, it won't hurt at all. Click that subscribe button in Next Round Live and go to Disrupt Media Live And subscribe there as well. Thumbs up on everything. That always helps us.
We will continue to finalize all the new announcements when paperworks are signed and contracts and things like that. And then our weekly guest. But thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts. This whole show today, celebrating the end of 2 years and starting year number 3 was special, and we were excited to finally this is it's a navigational buoy on our journey. This is what we wanted to do to start year 3, and to be able to do it the way we planned it out way back then, to make these announcements to start year 3 has worked out perfectly. So thank you to everybody, and all the hard work from everybody behind the scenes. All right, until next time, as always, God bless you and God bless America.